see the end of Bang a Pot, Make a Lot, then you'll have to vote. Maybe I'll figure out how to put one of those voting things up, and you'll vote as to whether or not I retire the pot, which would make Allo very, very upset, the great Allo de Winter, or if I retire the pot, I will do something called Bases Loaded. And for every time you send me a super chat, I'll put a man on base. And I will be able to keep track. I will be able to keep track of who's on first and who's on second. I'll have to figure out the denominations. I like the denominations of $5 puts a man on first, but I want to go down to $3 to make it easy for my subscribers. So $3, perhaps we'll put a man on first. $6, he'll put him on second. $3 will move somebody from first to second. $9 will put somebody on third, and $12. Well, let's just do $10 is a home run. Okay, yeah, I'll leave that up. I'll put a voting thing out. So what we're going to talk about today, very important stuff, very, very important stuff. We're going to talk about how the United States government, thanks, broke expat. He thinks Stacey's the perfect woman. She's a good woman. That's why I've never let anybody say anything negative about her. Thank you for the kind words that you've posted in the chat windows, in the comments section. So what we're going to talk about today is how the United States government, John Blaze, oh my God, oh, I get a chest. Whoa, we got to bang the pot. I was told that I should stop banging a pot because it makes me look stupid. Watch this. Do I look better now? Let's sing. John Blaze went flying the other day. John Blaze. So John Blaze is up. I would like you to post the link to your channel this way, because you only have 237 subscribers. And if you're gonna start getting super chat, you're gonna need 1,000 subscribers. So that would be fine with me. Post it 3 times, the name of the channel and the link. So John Blaze is a gentleman that went flying the other day. I am in fact jealous. Okay, because flying is not. Once you fly an airplane. We'll just get off on a side issue. John Blaze, he went flying on Tuesday. I loved flying when I did that. There's something about flying. Some people call it the flying bug. But once you fly an airplane, in a two or 4-seater airplane, you become addicted to the adrenaline rush of rotations, takeoff and landings. But also, then you understand how beautiful it is up in the atmosphere, flying around, and how many different types of pieces of information that has to come into the picture in order to fly from one place to another. You have cross traffic on your radio frequencies. You might have 3 or 4 different conversations. People may be stepping on one another. So you have to learn a whole new way of listening to radio traffic. It's no longer a one-on-one thing. That in and of itself, when you first start flying, puts a strain on your brain like you would not it would be hard for you to imagine the strain that is put on your brain, because now you're trying to differentiate a voice on a frequency that's talking to you, and he is notifying you by this is the tower talking to 3875 Charlie. Come in for an approach on runway 23, or stay in traffic. Your traffic pattern is left today, which most of the times it is, and then they'll give you your number 5 to land. But you need to hear that. You cannot just you cannot miss that piece of information. So when you do that, when you are up there, you're going to see how complicated the amount of information that goes in and out of your head, how complicated it is. Not easy flying an airplane. Not easy at all. Plus the pressure. Well, we'll get to that in a minute. First, we're talking about a man who super chatted me $50. But I'll change the topic, Eclectic, if you give me $50. I'll change it, whatever you want to talk about. You want to talk about toenails? We'll talk about toenails. What do you want to talk about? For $50, you're up, baby. $50 would be 5 home runs, by the way. So John Blaze has the flying bug, but he also did flying in the service. So he has a lot of experience up in the air. But once you go flying, the adrenaline rush of the flight itself, and this is why I put in the description box that most of you people, if not 98% or 99% of you people that have never flown an airplane, because this segues right into my topic, you don't understand how smart you have to be to fly an airplane. You have no idea. Because one mistake, not such a good thing. One mistake on approach, definitely a bad thing. One mistake in alpha and you tip a wing, you're probably not gonna, they're not gonna like you. You're not gonna get to do that twice. But you could crash an airplane on landing because of a bad flight, your airline breaks, or you just crash by accident. You are better off actually having a crash landing than tipping a wing in alpha. So these are just the little nuances that you have to understand. So when John said he was going flying, it is like such a cool thing, because every time you push that throttle up to 120% on takeoff, every time you do it, it's an adrenaline rush, because what's racing through your mind is all of the surfaces and surface dynamics of flight itself have to be coordinated inside your brain according to the instruments on the dashboard. The speed of the aircraft, you have to remember full flaps. You have to remember if there's a crosswind that you're gonna, once the plane takes off, you're gonna crab it east, west, north, or south into the wind, how much the wind is. Then you have to also remember, of course, before you fly, to set your instrumentation, you have to set your altimeter at 0 based on where you took off from. And 0 from where you took off from could be 100 foot above sea level, could be 1,300 foot above sea level. And if you're coming back to the same airport, then that's an important thing to remember before you fly. So before you fly, you have your pre-flight check. You check all of your control panels, tires. You have to check the gasoline for moisture content, engine oil, leak for leaks, things like that. So it's not just like getting in a car and you start the car up. There might be 20 or 30 pre-flight checks. This in and of itself is part of flying. And now you have to also understand that you're responsible for the aircraft and the people's lives that are inside the aircraft. So when I put in the description box that most of you people don't have enough background to understand why the Earth is flat, one of the primary understandings is flight and how gyroscopes work. Now I'm going to give you a brief introduction to gyroscopes, and then we're going to go into several different topics. Today I'm looking at 2.5 to 3 hours of live streaming today, because I want to touch on the accretion disk of a black hole. I want to touch on who's talking about black holes. I want to touch on how much knowledge do they really have about black holes, and I want to talk about how much they get paid for creating thousands of pages of theory on black holes. It's ridiculous. But none of it, at the end of the day, none of it is provable. I mean, it's just not provable. It's all theory. And you have hundreds of college professors throughout the world talking about a theoretical possibility or probability that does not have any factual evidence to back it up. None whatsoever. But each one of them gets on a page or a YouTube channel and backs up the other one, which is what and why you have a tag on the bottom of every flat earth video or moon hoax video stating that the flat earth theory has been disproven. It's an archaic theory that goes back several thousand years. It's a Wikipedia article. So the government is actually taking quite an interest in the flat earth concept in the negative. They don't want you to know that the flat earth is flat. So let me just finish. John Blazes made me jealous this week. And if we had an airport, when I first moved here, I spent 2 months in Cebu. Okay, John Blaze, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much, John Blaze. Anybody that wants to send $50, I'll change the topic accordingly. So let's just talk about how the United States government, it's a conspiracy, I tell you. It's a conspiracy. They don't want you to know the truth. Now, how can I prove that they don't want you to know the truth? It's simple. Not complicated at all. They have been lying to us about, so many things. Now, the big lie, wait, who do you want to talk about? You want to talk about Bush? Mr. Bush? So, in 1991, this is a conspiracy theory now. On March 7th, 5th, 6th, and 7th, Mr. George Herbert Walker Bush, he signed, S-I-G-N-E-D, signed control of the United States government and its bodies, various bodies of Congress, Senate, and law itself over to Rabbi Shearson, S-H-E-A-R-S-O-N. Did you know that the United States government, period, the entire control of the United States government is under the guise, G-U-I-S-E, of the Talmud philosophy or Judaic Talmud philosophy? That's true. Did you know that if you believe in Jesus Christ or Muhammad or Lao Tse or Buddha, if you believe, hold on a second, my battery, she needs to be addressed. Hold on, the battery, what happened to the wire then? Hold on a second. Oh, my battery in my phone. Oh, the phone battery. Did you know? That's true. That's true. You could look up Rabbi Shearson. It was his birthday. And for Rabbi Shearson's birthday, President George Herbert Walker Bush signed an agreement that the Judaic Talmud philosophy now controls the United States government. And if you believe in whatever you believe in, if it's not specifically the Jewish Talmud laws, there's the Talmud laws are something you could Google. But if you don't believe in those laws, and you say, well, I don't believe in those laws. If you say that, and you say, no, I believe in Muhammad. I believe in Christ. I believe in Buddha. Did you know that the Talmud has the right, to behead you via guillotine and use your body parts for something else? That's the reason for the guillotine. It's instead of lethal injection. So, did you know that? No, you didn't know that because the United States government's now telling you that. But that's true. Now you can look that up. It's not. You look up Rabbi Shearson, Shearson, and then you Google March 5, 6, and 7, and you look up that agreement. It's on the internet. It's legal. It's a PDF. So does the United States government tell us about that? No. But moving past that, that should be something you should be concerned about, because they're moving towards this concept of a one-world religion and a one-world government, and the Judaic philosophy of the Talmud is going to run life as we know it eventually. That's why it was done. But also George Herbert Walker Bush, he also said that there will be a new world order. And mark my words, there will be a new world order. So, was he lying? That was 1991, 191, 101, 111, 2021. It's 31 years ago, 32 years ago. Was he right? Yes, he was right. He knew beforehand. He knew the truth. And we are moving towards 2030, Agenda 2021, and Agenda 2030, and eventually Agenda 2050, which will be when the Talmudic laws take effect. And you won't know the difference because we will all be dead, and our protege, whoever they may be, won't know the difference because they will have been brainwashed like the people that believe the world is round. You have been brainwashed. Now, how did all of this come from flight? It comes from what you do and don't understand in regards to the truth. So, moving to the next major fallacy. Remember Desert Storm. And they won Desert Storm in 2 days. We had the ability to win Desert Storm in 2 days. It was over. It was, or a week, whatever it was. It was a very short period of time. And they had everybody lined up on board against, I don't remember who they were against. Somebody, one of the Asian countries. I don't even remember the detail. Could have been, it was definitely against the Muslim something, philosophies, or a Muslim country. But I don't remember it because I didn't pay any attention to it. At that time, I didn't have a television and I didn't listen to the news. But I did listen to the next time, Donald Rumsfeld, that's the guy who looks like my godfather, Donald Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney, and the new Bush said that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. This is proof that they're lying about whether or not we went to the moon, and this is proof that NASA is lying as to whether or not the Earth is a pear-shaped, cheese-shaped, ball-shaped, round-shaped object, globus object. It's not. It's flat. But I'm just giving you examples of how they lied. So in 2001, by the way, the 2001 proclamations and laws that went into effect would have taken 10 years to write. the new cyber laws and airport security laws and FBI security and what they could and can't do by watching your cell phones and emails and internet and stuff like that. They said that Saddam Hussein, that man, had weapons of mass destruction. And what did they do with that information? They plastered it all over the internet. It wasn't true. He didn't have weapons of mass destruction. But 10 million people at the end of the day, 2 to 3 million people were killed, slaughtered because of that lie, but 7 to 10 or 15 million people were displaced from their homes. All the while, they knew that Saddam Hussein didn't have weapons of mass destruction, but they stated it as fact, and we all believed it. It wasn't something that wasn't believable. Now, after 9/11, oh my God, the amount of laws and proclamations and Congress and all that stuff, it would have took 10 years to write those documents the way the laws are. You know, everything has to be checked and rechecked. They did it in a couple of months. It was already planned to change the laws. Going back to 1994 when the World Trade Centers were bombed the first time. They have been setting you up for this New World Order for 60 years, by the way. It goes back to President Kennedy. He was aware of it. He made the public aware of it via his speech, and he was probably limited to the amount of breath he could take because of it. So this is not something new, but I'm going to tell you something that you don't know. Going back to 1880, they knew that by 2050, 2030, that the world would be completely reorganized. They knew that back in the 1880s. They knew how many people would be in New York City, plus or minus 10%. How many people would be in Africa, plus or minus 10%. How many people would be in Europe, plus or minus 10%. And that has been accomplished through war and famine and disease and poison, unclean water and lead poisoning and things like that. What about those people that were lead poisoned for years? The one that the girl Brockovich made the world aware of? They knew the water was poisoned with lead through fracking. For like 15 years, they knew what they were doing, and they denied it was possible. People were coming out deformed at birth. They lied about that. They lie about everything, and they're lying about whether or not the earth is flat. They're lying about it. You don't believe me? See, this is the problem with you people. You're not smart enough to open up the computer and do some research. You want to come to my channel and spam my channel with silly comments. That's okay. I'll read them, and if I don't like them and they're that egregious, I'll remove them. If you mention another person's channel that I don't know who they are, or I don't want them on my channel, I remove the comments. It's not complicated. I don't have to publicize somebody else's channel. They don't publicize mine. So if you want to come to my channel and spam it up, go ahead, knock yourself out. I'll just unspam it. You people, you know how many spam comments I get a week? I get more spam than I get comments. More. Because everybody is making some stupid statement. I don't even read the spam anymore. I let it go for a month, and then I read them all at once at the end of the month. But typically, I'll have 15 or 20 spam comments in one day if I do this flat earth video. I'm not going to read them all. I don't read them all. I don't care. I never cared, and I'm never going to care. My point is that you people, because of your lack of education, because of your lack of understanding of the way the governmental policies work, because of your lack of understanding as to why they want you to believe the world is round as opposed to flat, that the world did not come into existence because of a Big Bang theory. You people are like a box of rocks. Really are. You really are like a box of rocks. They've got you right where they want you. They've got you to the point where now a new scam is occurring. They're taking the middle class wealth away from us in so many ways. 2.5 years of a lockdown, no work, no business. Let's take that money out of the bank so we can survive. Take the money out of the bank, every month, every week, every 2 weeks. Money out of the bank, lockdown. When's it going to end? Money out of the bank, still locked down. Let's take them. Now we go to the credit cards. Now we owe the credit card company. Then they relieve us of the lockdown. And what do? They raise the prices on food across the board, worldwide. More methods to remove the middle class wealth. The poor get it, the stuff delivered to them for free. Every month they get a check. The rich don't care. It's the middle class that they want gone. And they're doing it. And that is the concept behind the New World Order. It always has been. Did you ever read what the New World Order is? Did you ever read Agenda 2021? Did you ever read Agenda 2030? Did you ever read Agenda 2050? No, you haven't. Did you ever read Report from Iron Mountain? It's a quick read. Intelligent people can read it in under an hour, and not so intelligent people, it takes 3 hours. It was laid out in 1963. What's going to happen in the future? And what is laid out in 1963 as theory is now in full effect. So did you people, all you want to do is go, what was the name of that song? I just want to bang a pot. And there was a group, I just want to bang a pot. I think he said, I just want to bang a bucket, and I want to. And there was a famous song back in the 80s. I forgot the name of it. Somebody put the name of the song up there. But they have you where they want you, to the point where all you want to do is watch TikTok videos. Proof that they have you brainwashed is you'll get a guy like Jordan Peterson, who's one of the smartest people to ever live in as far as philosophy and theoretical philosophy. You have another guy, the Jewish fella that always wears the Jewish cap, I forget his name, nice guy. And those two people will put up a video on YouTube, a short or a video, and they'll get, 8,000 views. You get a woman that nobody knows who she is on a beach in a bikini, and she'll get 44 million views. They have you brainwashed to watch that garbage. They have you brainwashed to watch garbage. How does it make sense that Andrew Tate is the most well-known person in this world at this time? And he'll put out a video and get 238,000 views in a month. And you have a woman that nobody's ever seen before, in a bikini. And she'll get 30, 20, 6, 40, 44 million views. Nobody knows who she is. She's never done anything intelligent or famous. She doesn't have a real YouTube channel. She just has her sitting there with a bikini. You people have been brainwashed to watch that garbage. And that's why you don't understand that the world is flat. Now, one more bang. And if you guys want me to transfer over to stop banging a pot, because I heard a lot of people love me to bang the pot, and then I heard another theory that I should switch over to putting men on base, first, second, third base, and then home runs. So it's up to you. Put $50 on the board. Vote with your wallet. Don't vote with your hands. Because I have had it listening to people's theories. You're going to listen to my theory because I have a YouTube channel and you don't. You want to talk about how you can prove the earth? Oh, okay. Oh, whoa, whoa. The pot went down. The pot comes back up. The pop is back in gear. John Blaze, he loves the pot. Like James Bond. The pot. John. So, let's see what John said here. I think that's John Blaze. More pot. More pot. More pot. Sausages, Mom. More pot. Sausages, Mom. More Bang a Bucket by Aloe de Winter. More pot. We made a lot. John Blaze. Hey, were you sitting in the left seat or the right seat? Or were you up at, I don't think, helicopters are real expensive. John Blaze said, bang a pot. The left seat. Yeah, man. Yeah. The left seat means John was the pilot. Co-pilot sits in the right seat. John Blaze, he's a pilot that I admire, and I'm jealous. I wish I was flying and flying and flying and flying. I wish I would. So now to sit in the left seat. Oh, by the way, when you guys have no understanding of what it's like to fly a plane. So the reason I stopped flying when I moved to the Philippines, okay, in America, up until I left New York, an hour, captain's seat, the pilot, the captain's seat, that's right. In America, up until I left New York, it was $125 per hour to fly a Cherokee Warrior 2. And that includes taxiing on the runway. So you could do your pre-flight checks, with the engine off. But once you turn the engine on, there's something called the Hobbs meter. And the Hobbs meter starts when you crank up the engine. So if you spend 20 minutes on Alpha, that's a third of an hour. It costs you $50 to sit in Alpha in line to take off. $125. But the aircraft in America are kept up to FAA regulations and standards. And I would know because I'm an A&P mechanic. And I would always overlook the engine and the running gear, flaps, vertical stabilizer, horizontal stabilizer, so on and so forth. But in the Philippines, when I wanted to fly from Cebu, let me tell you people something. You would, in 2014, you'd have to be desperate to fly in a 2 or 4 seater aircraft there. The stuff they had in Cebu Airport that was for rent, no way I would fly in it. You couldn't even get me to go in the air. They flew, but the shoddy workmanship that they put these planes together with wasn't FAA standard. In fact, I was offered a job at Cebu International Airport to work on reciprocating engines. Now, it was a brief conversation I had with somebody on the flight deck, and when I was looking at the planes, and I told them, the condition of these planes is terrible. They were using like a 6-penny nail instead of a cotter pin. They just the slack, with the slop in the airline system was 5%, 7% slop. It was just not acceptable. So, and what they wanted to pay me, $10 an hour, 500 pesos, 350 pesos an hour to fix airplanes. I said, what do you? And then and to get to Cebu International Airport from the hotel I lived in, the Golden Prince Hotel, was an hour and 15 minutes. So I would spend 3 hours a day in traffic, somehow getting there and back. 350 pesos each way. So I'd spend 600 to 700 pesos a day and 3 hours in traffic to make $80. So I would spend 1,000 pesos in traffic and food to make 80, but 3 hours in traffic. That's not a good deal. That's just not a good deal. I said, no, you people are nuts. I never flew again. John Blaze, he sits in the left seat as the captain. And, people say, John Blaze he's not this, he's not that. I happen to know John Blaze personally, and I've known him for 5 years. And in 5 years, like Aloe, like Dennis Adam, like Scott Del Fuego, like Louis Paganpants, like the two pilots that are on my channel watching probably now, there has never been a contradictory statement. No one ever said to me something that wasn't directly true. I've never said to them something that wasn't directly true. If they ask me a question, I tell them the truth. John has been that type of person. Now, what he does on YouTube has nothing at all to do with me. And that's entirely up to each person that runs a YouTube channel to do what they want to do on their channel. But there does pose a line that apparently YouTube doesn't care if you cross anymore. So I can e-beg if I want to bang a bucket. YouTube lets me bang a bucket. Now I was told multiple times in a couple of videos that I somehow demanded $10,000 to create drama on YouTube via affidavits against one another. And I'm all for that, man. I'm all for it. But I didn't demand anything. I requested $10,000, 5 for me and 5 for my brother from another mother. I requested, and then I will, when upon receiving my 5 and giving my brother from another mother his 5, I will at that point sit down at the table with him and we'll decide what we want to talk about against each other in a court of law. And you will pay for that. If you decide to pay for it, it will cost you $5,000 per year, and we will file at least one case every year. I never demanded $5,000. See, that's because of the ignorance level on YouTube. Somebody said I demanded $5,000, otherwise you can't talk on my page. I didn't do that. I asked for $5,000 US, and I will sign an affidavit against my brother from another mother, and he will sign an affidavit against me, and we will each day give you an update. That will be for your donation to our cause. And our cause is going to be to every day make a video as to why we don't like each other. And every day you're going to get drama. But I never demanded it. So when you report me to YouTube for something like that, YouTube says, okay, let's read this. No, he's not demanding, he's asking. Big difference. It all depends on your remedial English skill. Bang a pot, make a lot, better than baseball is out. Bang a pot, make a lot, no matter how stupid I look, I don't care. I never cared. I'm never gonna care. Bang, bang, bang a pot when we make a lot. Bang, 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 bang a pot, and I make a lot. Salamat. Thank you very much, John. Now, anybody else want me to bang a pot? You can put into the bang a pot, make a lot coffers, because I love banging a pot. I love banging a pot. It comes as a second nature to me. Making noise in general is like a second nature. Sitting in a crane all day with 450 horse engine, you hear the muffler all day. I love that noise. On a tugboat, I love that noise. And or even when I go to Cebu on the ferry, it's very soothing. The drone of a diesel engine. So bang a pot, make a lot. I have made. If you wanted to know how much money I made banging a pot, it would be an unbelievable amount of money. 20,000, 25,000 US dollars, probably. Because it used to be I charged people $100 if they wanted to hear the pot. But I threw in a flush with that. I had an American Standard toilet that I would sit in the bathroom and I would videotape the toilet flushing mechanism. And when you push the lever, a pan on the top of the toilet would turn over 1 gallon of water. And at the same time the pan was rotating, in rotation, I would bang a pot. And every time $100 added up on the screen, I'd bang a pot and flush the toilet. So basically, they were getting a free flush every $100. I didn't charge them for the flush. I only gave them a free flush. Sometimes somebody would just want the flush itself. For the flush only, $20 would get you 1 flush. And then you'd get to see the toilet reservoir raise up and the water go into the pan at the top. So for $20, I gave you the full show. The water coming out of the pipe into the trough at the top, and then also dumping the pan over with the water in it, and then I would zoom back out and look down at the bowl itself, and you would see a whirlpool. That was all $20. All of that was for $20 only. You can't buy that kind of upload anywhere in the world except at my house in New York City. Bang, bang, bang. Now, Aldo de Winter and I had a laugh yesterday, 2 days ago. I got to tell you, that is one crazy dude, Aldo de Winter. Jack Thompson. Hey, Jack. Good morning. Aldo de Winter loves when I bang the bucket. He calls it the Full Metal bucket. Bang. Aldo's gonna come. We're gonna meet, and he's gonna bang the bucket. I'm gonna let him bang the bucket. I don't let everybody bang the bucket. You don't see any of my neighbors banging the bucket. You don't see people coming over and say, Michael, can I bang the bucket? You don't see any of that stuff. Nope. Because they know the pot is a sacred pot. It's a money pot. It's not a honey pot. It's a money pot. And the money pot can only be handled by certain people with certain energies that flow around their karmic sustenance of their body. And only certain people can bang the pot to make a lot. So far, I'm the only one. But I believe there's somebody else out there in the universe. I believe that person is the great, accomplished Aldo de Winter. That's what I believe. Now, I'm going to go back to, somehow I got booted off of YouTube. No, I did not. I can't see my screen. I got to get back to my screen. So I'm going to go back to, here it comes. I'm going to go back to how they have deceived us. You people think this is a joke. You people believe the earth is round. You have been deceived. Now, I think I'll talk about black holes first, because that I was upset yesterday. There was a guy on YouTube that was talking about black holes. Richard Pierce, I think his name was. My God, did he make me upset? I was like, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm sitting there listening to this guy. I'm going, that's not how a black hole works. He's talking about the accretion disk. And he's talking about the accretion disk as if he knew what an accretion disk was, and as if he saw one in person. He never saw an accretion disk. Neither did Neil deGrasse Tyson, whatever his name is. Neither did the science guy. Let me tell you a little story about the science guy, Bill Nye, the science guy. You people listen to him tell you that the earth is flat. Are you crazy? That man has a 2-year bachelor's degree in engineering. He doesn't have any college education. He's not a physicist. He's not a chemist. He's not a scientist. And Neil deGrasse Tyson, he's a government shill. Joe Rogan is a government shill. But let's talk about this guy, Richard Pierce. Oh, my God, is he famous? Oh, he's a famous... You know that guy makes $200,000 a year to talk about black holes. $200,000 a year to give his theories about black holes, how black holes work. Where does the matter go inside when it goes inside a black hole? How does the matter transform from matter to energy inside a black hole? And does the matter even get past the accretion disk? Because he said in one lecture, the possibility of the temperature of the accretion disk could be 4 billion degrees. So matter may get disintegrated, vaporized, before it goes into the black hole. And in another video, he said that he thinks that the matter gets through it unless the matter comes too close to the accretion disk. But he's not sure. But then when the matter goes into the black hole, and he gave, it was a 2-hour lecture of where the matter goes, how it, and what happens to it. Where does it come out? Then he had a theory that it comes out the other side in another time and place. And then he had a theory that it goes inside and then comes back out as energy, but not energy that you could see, dark energy. And that's where dark matter comes from. And this guy makes $200,000 a year or $4,000 a week lecturing at Oxford University, Princeton University. Bentalion brother. Hey, buddy. Oh, we're going to bang a pot. Bentalion brother, just on the outset, would you agree that it's hard to ask you this question? Would you agree? You could just put a yes or no, because nobody knows who, where you live, and what you do. But would you agree? Because Bentalion brother's been with me for 5 years. Well, even possibly longer. Would you agree that when I describe gyroscopes, because Bentalion brother has an understanding of navigation on the ocean, would you agree the way I describe gyroscopes is that they're set at a certain plane, Plane, and that they don't change direction, and if that gyroscope was then put into an airplane, that the airplane would fly straight and level until the pilot of the aircraft changed the attitude of the aircraft. So that's, would you agree that, because I stated that at 600 miles an hour, an airplane would have to dip down 2,750 feet every minute. But a submarine under the water can go from California to Europe at under 100 feet without changing its attitude. So you know about boats. Would you agree that a submarine would go from California to Europe being guided by a plane, a gyroscope set on plane, plane, and it would never have to change its adjustment? In the meantime, I think I'll do bases. Banter Brawler, he put down $20. That's a first base hit. A second base hit for $6. A third base hit for $9. And the $10 brings a home run. So we have 4 runs, 4-0 for Banter Brawler. But he put down another $10. So that's a first base hit for $6. That's a second base hit for first base for $3, second base for $6, third base for $9, and the $10 brings the batters around. So we have two grand slams for Battalion Brawler. The score is now 8-0. Battalion Brawler, he knows about boats. He knows about. So let's go back. I'll see if he answers. I can't see without my good glasses. Yes, says Battalion Brawler. Yes, Battalion Brawler is someone that in the military, he worked on ships. Let's just say he worked on ships, and he knows about gyroscopes. Now I got a video up here. I'm going to get the video. Thank you, Battalion Brawler. So now he is also, my uncle was a submariner, and Battalion Brawler worked on very, very secure data information gathering on ships. We'll just put it like that. So he would agree. He would agree. Now any pilot that's going to be honest here, any ship's captain, any submariner that's going to be honest is going to agree. Because I'm going to give you the link right now for gyroscopes, and you can see how they work. All flight, all submarine, and all ships work on the principle of gyroscopes. Now, the gyroscope on a submarine is plane, level, attitude, zero bubble. A gyroscope on an airplane, plane, zero bubble, and then if you dip the airplane down 5 degrees, and then you let go of the yoke, the plane is going to level itself off, unless you have additional instruments that bring it back up to 10,000 feet. Let's say you're flying at 10,000 feet. But if you don't have that instrument turned on and in working condition, you can bring the attitude of the aircraft down 5 degrees, bring it down from 10,000 to 9,000 feet, let go of the yoke, and the gyroscope will level the plane off flight level at 9,000 feet. Then you could dip it up and bring it back up to 10,000. But gyroscopes never, ever, 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 as long as they're spinning, where they started spinning, whatever angle it was, when they spun up the gyros, whatever angle it is, it stays at that angle. So if you spin it up at a 30-degree angle, it's going to bring you up at a 30-degree angle. Then you level the plane off, or the submarine off. As soon as you let go of the yoke, it's going to go back up to the 30-degree angle. Gyroscopes, it's non-intuitive science. There's nobody that even knows why gyroscopes do what they do. Nobody. Not the people that make videos about the gyroscopes, not the people that build gyroscopes. They don't know why it does what it does. They just know it does what it does. That's non-intuitive knowledge. I'll give you the link for that right now. Battalion Brawler, thank you for stopping by today. James Bond, baby. Thank you. Battalion Brawler. So now we're up 8-0. 8-0. Now, if somebody wants to go to Team 2, and fight with 8-0. It's 8-0, and Battalion Brawler is in the lead by 8-0. Just put up a super chat saying the name of your team, and and for every $3, 3 is first base, 6 is second, 9 is third, $10 is a home run, 4 runs. You can be Battalion Brawler's opponent. So, Battalion Brawler, he is kicking everybody's tushy on the field, on the diamond. He's got people running around the bases, running around the bases. If you want to match his amount of home runs, you can do that too. It's up to you. It's up to you. You guys can have your own game, and the game is 9 innings. So have at it. So let's go over here. Let me get that gyroscope video. So let me tell you about this gyroscope video, which proves the Earth is flat, which is part of my subject matter. Understanding. Here, I have this stuff. See all these windows on the top of my screen. They all mean something. So this is the tab. Those are what I do. That's what I do in my study time. I have each one of these tabs at the top have to do with flat Earth. So we have here understanding gyroscopic instruments. We have here proof that we never went to the moon is that, in fact, moon rock given to Holland by Armstrong is fake. It was a piece of decomposed tree. It was a what they call when a petrified tree. It was a piece of petrified tree from a forest somewhere in the world. So the rock that was given to Holland proves that that they never went to the moon. They certainly didn't bring back moon rocks, because that rock given to Holland. The toad, thank you. Yeah, the toad, I study this stuff religiously in my spare time when I'm not doing other stuff. The next one I have, the moon tapes have disappeared. So 1,000 videos of the moon tapes have disappeared. All the knowledge of the lunar landing, the lunar modules, the men supposedly walking on the moon, that's all gone. Now, a vacuum, the next one is a vacuum in atmosphere. So let me turn this around. Okay. This is proving how dumb you people are. Now, this I figured out years ago. A lot of this stuff I figured out years ago, but I didn't pay much attention to it. But now that I need new topic material, this is a perfect topic. It doesn't end. There's enough knowledge to prove that the Earth is flat. We didn't go to the moon. This guy, Pierce, whatever his name is, Richard Pierce, doesn't know a darn thing. Nothing does he know about black holes. I know. I'm going to tell you a story. Somebody put up $20, and I'll tell you a story about a black hole that you'll never forget, ever. To the day you die. You might even think about my story about a black hole on your deathbed. You might laugh, and it'll make you laugh. It'll make you laugh. It makes everybody laugh. But it was a real black hole. And but you put up $20, and I'll tell you guys a story about a black hole that I know more about black holes than Richard Pierce, who does theories and makes $4,000 a week talking about black holes. Tell you what, it'd be worth $20. And I'll give you 4 runs if you want against Battalion Brawler or for Battalion Brawler. Battalion Brawler, I'm going to guarantee you guys that a $20 story about my black hole experience is better than anything that you're ever going to see on the internet. So getting back to how they're lying to us. So we have the first one is gyroscopes. Let me get it a little bigger, because this is what I do in my spare time. Gyroscopes. And I've watched these videos a dozen times each, so I remember rocks given to Holland by Armstrong, fake. Moon tapes have disappeared. A vacuum in an atmosphere. A vacuum cannot. A vacuum. Look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. A vacuum has to have an impermeable barrier between the pressure and the vacuum. Otherwise, the pressure of a vacuum coming in contact with a positive pressure, the Earth's atmosphere, they will negate each other and their equilibrium will take place. Equilibrium. It's not possible to have a vacuum without a solid barrier. That's called Bernoulli's principle. Is he made an experiment called the Bell experiment. So inside a glass object bottle, big, he sucked the air out of the bottle with a doorbell going ding, 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 ding. And as he sucked the air out, it's in every science class in the world, ding, 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 until you can't hear it anymore because there's no atmospheric particles inside the bell to move the sound from the ringer to outside the bell because there's no air. Now, it might be a slight tap you can hear, but when you pump air back into it, it goes ding, 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 ding. So you cannot have a vacuum without an impermeable barrier between pressure and non-pressure. Otherwise, the two will equilibrate. In other words, if there's 10 pounds of pressure outside and you have a cubic foot of 10 pounds of pressure, and then you have a cubic foot of vacuum, and you take the barrier out from between no pressure and 10 pounds in 1 cubic foot cubicles, it will be 5 pounds of pressure in 2 cubic feet. That's the law of fluid dynamics. It's the law of atmospheric pressure. Fluid dynamics and atmospheric pressure, a lot of the equations are the same, like electrical flow, amperage, and plumbing. Basically, it's the same formula. Fluid velocity times volume equals pressure. And it's the same for electric, but it's current times equals amperage. I forgot the second law. But it's the same formula for pressure in water pipes as it is for electrical. Same exact formula, just they use a different symbol. So let's go back over here. What else does Fazio study when Fazio has nothing to do? Let's go back over here. So you can't have a vacuum without... I had to reduce some pictures. That's a Social Security benefits. I was looking something up to see how people get Social Security and whether or not they the amount of money that was something, I forgot what it's called, the increase this year, what it was. Alpha male construction, settings, the accretion disk. I did a lot of reading on that this morning. Eric Dubay, 200 proofs the earth is flat. Let's go right there, and I'll put that link up. And then we'll go back to me, and I'll put these links up in the description box. So let's, I'm going to read that comment. I'll read the comments in a minute. So battalion brawler who knows about ships and or submarines knows that gyroscopes will prove that the earth is flat. Now, I'm waiting. This is, the internet here in the Philippines. So I'll tell you a story. Nobody wants to hear my personal story about my personal experience with a black hole. Believe me, for $20, it would have been a deal. But you people want to come and critique me, which is good. Thank you for stopping by. But you're not that important that you can come on my channel and post other people's channels, names, and so on and so forth. So what I'm going to do, I'm waiting now. Oh, this is horrible. This is horrible. I'm waiting. I'm still waiting. I'm waiting. Feel like a tap in my foot. This is what Google does to me every day. Either Google or Globe. They're restricting my data flow. How long do I have to wait? Sometimes 1 minute. Okay, let's go back over here. Let's go back over here. I was reviewing some old videos there. Flat Earth moon landing. Let's see if we can get that link up on this page. See? Look at this. This is ridiculous. Thank you, Google. Google, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so we're not going to get this. It's not going to happen. It's crazy. See how long I'm waiting? We're going on 1.5 minutes now. Why? Why? There's no reason. I didn't use up my data. Okay, so I think I have that already in the copy mode. I think. I'm not sure. Let's post what I got here. Yes, okay. I had it in the copy mode from before I started the video. But to get another link for you was going to be impossible. I'll put those links in the... I'll put those links in the video later. I'll put it in the comments section of the video. See, I'm not even getting my comments section here. I'm not even allowed to see my own... I should be able to post comments here, but it's not giving me the option to post a comment. And this is... Okay, you want to know about the Philippines internet? Let's go sidetrack. Let's go segue into the Philippines internet. Totally worthless system. Because it's more frustrating than it doesn't work well. So yesterday, I'll give you an example. How bad telecommunications is in the Philippines. Okay? So where is my book? I have my tax papers from yesterday. Let me tell you what I did to get my tax papers in on time. And let me tell you what happened. Nothing, by the way. You can't see all of this. But my taxes are due on the 23rd, but I try to get them in before the 18th. So here is, they're due on the 23rd. The 23rd of January, and I'll show them to you. This is my accountant, and I'm segueing into how bad the internet is because I can't see my own comments. Okay, and you certainly can't see this. You have to be, I have to block you out because you people don't deserve to see my taxes. Philippines taxes, so. Oh, I can't do that because I have to give this to the tax office. Okay, all right, well. No, actually I can't show you this until after the fact. I paid them. Then I could cross out the pertinent information. But this is, anyway, this is BIR form 2551Q as in query. And it's for yesterday. So I go to the city, and you have to go to the accountant first. So I got there a few minutes after 12. So I sat outside on the in like an outside hallway, and they were very nice. The tax office people treat me very good. I mean, the accountant people and the tax office people. And they gave me a chair to sit down on, and I sat down for about 45 minutes. Then I go into the office. I'm the first one after lunch, and I pay the bill. And then I get online next door at the tax office. I think there might have been 2 people ahead of me, not a big deal. So I wait, and the man says to me, "Sir, our computers are down," which is typical. They've been down many times before. So I said, "Should I come back at 3 o'clock? Because I have other stuff to do." "No, sir." "Okay, when do you think I should come back? Because I think that's a piece of information you should have volunteered," but I don't say that to him. "No, sir." "Should I come back at 4 o'clock? "No, sir. Come back Wednesday." "Okay. So, can I ask you a question?" "Yes, sir." "How long have the computers been down? Like, was it today or was it yesterday?" "Oh, no, sir. Since the new year." I start laughing. "Wait a minute. The computers have been offline since January 2nd? "Yes, sir." "And you think they're going to be back online by Wednesday?" "Yes, sir. Wednesday morning." I said to him, "What makes you believe that?" "Yes, sir. Wednesday morning." So, there's nothing to argue about. It's a guard. There's no argument. Nobody's upset. But so the tax office that has a computer system has been offline for 18 days at that point. So I said to the man, "Well, my taxes are due today. They're due Sunday, but today is the deadline. Otherwise, you got to go to the bank and pay a 1,000 to 1,500 peso penalty. For just one day, the penalty is 1,000 pesos. 2 days, it goes up to 1,500 pesos. So now, I said to him, "Is there going to..." "No, sir, no penalty. Just come Wednesday." I said, "But if I come on Thursday?" "No, sir. You have to come Wednesday." I said, "So you're going to have people that have been waiting for 20 days, and everybody's going to come on Wednesday?" "Yes, sir." I'm going, "Don't you find that a little bit, impossible to take care of 20 days worth of tax incomes?" "Yes, sir. Come back Wednesday." "Okay, I'll be back Wednesday. I'll get there early. I'm not going to go. I'm not going to go Wednesday. I'll go Wednesday afternoon at 3 o'clock. If they're still not open, no, I'll go Wednesday afternoon. No, maybe I won't even go. There's no point in going Wednesday at all. None. And had it not been so late yesterday, I would have just went to the bank and paid it at the bank. But I didn't have time. The bank has a 1 hour, hour and a half line in front of the bank, because some people have to pay their taxes at the bank. Whether they're late or not, they have a different tax structure. My taxes could be paid either place, but it was a 1.5 hour wait at the bank. I went past the bank on the way to the tax office, so I wasn't going to wait an hour and a half, because you have to wait an hour and a half to get in the bank, and then you sit in the bank for 15 or 20 minutes. It's a nightmare paying taxes here. So let's go back to see if anybody wants to hear the black hole story. Nope. Dr. Yenlo is Canny Ford. Hello, Canny Ford. You said you were going to ask me a question last week, and here's the question. Hey, Mike, Canny Ford. I grew up 10 miles from Edwards Air Force Base. We would take field trips there all the time. I've seen curvature in the earth. I'm not saying it's round or flat, but I've seen the curve. Very nice. Very nice. I don't believe it. But you could say it. Very nice. There's no way. I've flown. Have you ever flown in an airplane, Canny Ford? Have you ever seen the horizon from from say 15, 20,000 feet on a clear day, ocean is perfectly flat. So when you say you've seen the curvature, I saw the curvature of the Earth. How did you see it? By all means, explain. I don't care what people put on here as long as you're not being sarcastic. Canny Ford is not being sarcastic, but you cannot tell me that the Earth is flat. I flew, I've looked out the windows of airplanes on a clear day where you could see 30 miles and the ocean is flat. I've lived on the ocean. I worked on the ocean. My dad ran a tugboat his entire life. I spent tens of thousands of hours on the ocean. I spent 6 months on oceans and lakes by myself. Okay? I've never seen the curve. So you can put anything you want on now, but how did you see it? Did you fly in a jet? I mean, you didn't say how. I mean, it would have been nice that I don't have to ask all of these questions. But, so please, by all means, add some information to. I've seen the curvature of the Earth. I know the Earth is flat. I've been giving you example after example after example of how you're being lied to. And if you think, because I know you for several years, if you think because you were a Patreon member 5 years ago, if you think because I know you as Canny Ford for many years, if you think I'm going to believe you, show me proof. Show us proof that the Earth is round. Show us. Don't talk about it. I have given you 100 examples of the Earth being flat. Non-stop 100 examples. How the government lies to us. Now, moving past, I just told you about gyroscopes. They only work one way. You can only set them, and they never change, for an angle of attack. You can't, it doesn't do anything else. That's what gyroscopes do. So let me get to that gyroscopic article, and you will see, if I can open up that darn page. I'll try to open it up. Okay. I got it. Open. Okay. Okay, so here is understanding gyroscopic instruments. These spinning devices enhance your attitude awareness. Attitude is whether your plane is dipping down or dipping up. Roll and yaw are different aspects of flight, but we're not going to talk about roll and yaw. I've already screwed up your brains with attitude awareness. So, I'm going to copy that. And I'm going to paste this. And then I'm going to cut the whole thing. And I'm going to paste it into the chat window so that you can understand what gyroscopes are and how they work. And Canny Ford, I'm waiting. I don't see anything more from you. If you want to just come on my show and spout out information, you're welcome to do so, but back it up with something. Don't just come on here and say stuff like that. Okay, now let's see if I can get to the comments section down here. I would have liked to have posted this stuff so I don't have to do it later in another place. Okay, I'll put it here. I'll put it in the the description box. Then I'm going to put, okay, I have gyroscopes. Let's go. Now the rock given to Holland. Let me give you this link as well as read that. Can you people read that? I'll let you read it in a moment here. Okay, so let's talk about how the moon landing is a complete hoax. Certainly the moon rocks, though, right? Let's save it. Okay, so I explained gyroscopes. Now I'll explain the moon rock. Okay, so here it is right here. It's on the internet. But I remember when this happened, going back 20 years ago. Yeah, 13, 14 years ago. Okay, so here, the moon rock turns out to be a fake. And here is, I think it was petrified wood. Yeah, there it is, petrified wood. There it is. I didn't even read this article. I remember I remember what it was supposed to have been. So the moon rock, copy that, put it over here, down one, paste it, over here, paste it. Moon rock turns out to be a fake. And here's the link. This will all be in the description box later on. So County Ford still hasn't come up with how he knows the Earth had a curve to it. And neither is anybody else going to come up. Now, let's go here. This one's a really interesting one. All the tapes, all the pictures from the original landing on the moon, all of it, gone. All of it. Apollo 11 tapes found. NASA lost the tapes. NASA lost the tapes. Let's try that. I'm going to give you, the Wikipedia is really a garbage website, but I'm just going to give this to you as an example. You could look it up. You could look it up on NASA's website. Battalion Brawler, he knows the oceans inside and out because he worked on the oceans and knows the notion of the motion of the ocean. So all the tapes from the landing, moon landing, all of them were misplaced. 1,000 tapes. 1,000 tapes. Gone to the next topic. Vacuum in atmosphere. Okay, so here is the one that I can prove that there is no such thing as space, because there cannot be a vacuum in space without a non-permeable barrier. A non-permeable barrier could be glass, could be metal, could be steel, could be wood, could be vinyl, could be plastic. could be anything, but it has to be non-permeable. Otherwise, equilibrium will take place, and the vacuum will meld, M-E-L-D, meld into the atmosphere, the pressurized atmosphere. It cannot be any other way. It's not possible to have a vacuum in space, because in order for there to be a vacuum in space, therefore there is no space shuttle. There cannot be a vacuum in space because there's no solid permeable barrier. And if there was a solid barrier, well, then a spaceship wouldn't be able to go through it. Therefore, you cannot go to space. The only thing you ever see is when they talk about satellites, they talk about low Earth orbit, not a Clark orbit. A Clark orbit is 250 miles. A low Earth orbit could be 100 miles. You'll never see anything in space if there's a vacuum up there, because there's a barrier. And if there is no barrier, then therefore there is no space, no vacuum in space. Let's go here. Social Security. No, that's not what we want. Let's go over here. This is all the stuff that I do in my off time. This is what I do. You people go, you watch TikTok videos and you watch these worthless, oh my God, the worthless stuff that you sign up for Netflix and you watch reruns after reruns after reruns after reruns. Okay, that's not what we want. Okay, let's go for the accretion disk on a black hole. So that guy who I talked about, Richard, whatever his name was, he doesn't know a darn thing about black holes, because he doesn't know a damn thing about black holes, because the nearest black hole is 12 quadrillion miles away from us. And they say they see one, but what they're looking at is something that happened 15 million years ago. Come on, the whole concept of this space stuff is nonsense. At best, it's nonsense. They're looking at a black hole, I think this week, and every week they come up with a new theory, by the way. They're looking at a black hole, and they're watching a black hole. This is this week's nonsense about black holes. Because once you start Googling this stuff, it comes up in your feed. They're looking at a black hole. I'll turn this around so you know I'm talking about the truth. Because if I'm facing you, you know I'm telling you the truth. It's not complicated. Okay, that's the... okay, I'm going to save that. So, look. So here, I'm reading about black holes. And this guy, Richard Pierce, I don't know what his name is. I'm not going to say his name. But he's talking about black holes. He's talking about black holes with another professor that is just up his butt. My God, this guy, he was up there. He was in a black hole. So this guy is reading. He's talking to this professor who's now about 75 or 80 years old. That he does teach at Oxford, or used to teach at Oxford. $200,000 a year this guy's making to write up papers about a theoretical process that may or may not happen in a black hole. $4,000 a week. And he's teaching people the theory of black holes. And the other guy that's interviewing him says, "Sir, I don't know if you remember, but I was in your class at Oxford University for 2 days back in 1986. And the professor says, "Yes, I remember you." Good memory. So the two of them are talking about black holes. All theory, nothing provable. No eyewitnesses, and the closest black hole is 4 quadrillion light years away from here. They don't even, and I don't believe a word of it. But this guy is making a living And he's there as a shill for the government to confirm that the earth is round. Of course, he's going to say the earth is round. If you get, look, man, you people give me $4,000 a week, I'm all in with the round earth. I'd put a round earth, I'd diamonds, I'd put a diamond strap around the outside of it. Give me $4,000 a week, I'm good for that. I'll tell you anything you want to hear. I don't care. What do you want to hear? What do you want to hear? They build robots inside the earth? What do you want to hear? I'll tell you anything you want. For $4,000 a week, I'm in. I'm all in. Oh, shit. It's ice. There's ice in it. Ice. That is cold ice, too. 8-degree ice. It's not 8 degrees anymore. It's warmer than that, but it's cold. Still cold. Oh, still cold. So yesterday, I did the video on... I did the video. So what? Anybody have a question about... Oh, so nobody wants to hear my black hole story. I'm not telling it for free. It's worth $20. I don't care if you want to pay for it or not. It's worth 2 home runs. You can tie up the score. The banter brawler is kicking butt. It's 8-0. Okay, where am I? Uh-oh, I lost it. No, I didn't lose it. There we are. Spacewalk today. I have no idea. You know what? You know what I've come to the conclusion of when you finally realize that there is no such thing as the space. What do they call that big thing up there? The experimental thing where they keep the monkeys. What do they call that up there? It's not the space shuttle. I forget what they call that. Anybody know what they call that thing up there where they do all the experiments? The fake space station? Fake space station, right? So, after you realize that the space station itself is fake, never happened. It's not there. It doesn't exist. And after you realize that there can't be a vacuum in space, and now if the Banter Brawl is asking about the black hole album, that's a freebie for him. Okay, so Banter Brawler wants to know about my black hole experience. So I'm going to tell him too. This is going to be tough. Okay, so I'm building the display cases, cabinets, and cutting station for a health food store for Ed and Jean DeSimone on 79th Street and 1st Avenue. And the name of the store is Here's to Your Health. And it was 2 doors off the corner of 79th and 1st. East 79th and 1st. So now, a lot of the work, I brought my table saw and my tools to the store because I built their whole store. I spent 2 or 3 months from the time they made the rental, and they didn't have much in the store. And I used to go there when I used to go to meditation classes on at 333 East 79th Street. So 79th and 1st, their store was on the avenue. I went to 79th and 1st, 3 doors in from the corner. So I got my table saw set up. I had that carpenter's uniform with the stripes, and I had the carpenter's hat and the pencil and the foldable ruler and everything like that. And I'm going upstairs and downstairs and making measurements and cutting formica. And I got formica glue all over me. And it maybe, I don't know, the end of the day, 10 o'clock, whatever time they decide to close the store. And there's this beautiful, I'm talking beautiful, she's a model. She's not a regular person. If you know 79 East 79th and First Avenue, it's upper middle and wealthy. And there's no poor. It's all the hotty toddy people. So there's this beautiful black girl. God, and I'm about, this had to be 1979. I might have been 24 years old. I don't know when it was, actually, because I had the yellow submarine, a car, a painted yellow car. The station wagon was a Dodge 300, an airport car with a push bumper on it. And it was yellow, but it was like a truck. You could fit a whole sheet of plywood in the back of the car and close the door. That's how big. And it was a Dodge. It was an airport Super Duty Dodge 300 engine. And it was a very powerful car, but you could put 10 sheets of plywood in the back of the car before the wheel well thing got. So you have to take the wheel well cabinet off, and you can put 20 sheets in the back, but it gets 20 times 60, that's 1,200 pounds, a lot of weight. But you can put 10 sheets back there, no problem. So I got the car loaded, and I got that car, and I'm in the city, and they're gonna close up shop, but they're not done. And the lady, the black lady, was a model, and she was friends with Ed and Jeannie DeSimone. Now, Ed DeSimone was a detective in Harlem, New York, and he was one of the detectives that took down a heroin dealer named Nicky Barnes. Nicky Barnes was the biggest heroin dealer in New York City, maybe the United States at the time. And that was before I met him. But he was one of the detectives that set up the buy and bust for Nicky Barnes, the heroin deal that eventually put him in jail. And Laura was just a beautiful Polish woman. They were both Polish, but she was the perfect Polish woman. Whitish, pinkish skin, plump, perfectly proportioned, figure-eight body. She was a beautiful woman. And Ed and Laura had an open relationship, which they didn't care who knew, because they didn't care who knew. So we're in the store, and I don't remember the girl's name, but she was gorgeous. I was looking, and I would see her from time to time come in and get a carrot juice or pineapple juice or whatever they sold in juices. She used to buy a lot of juices. Anyway, we got to talking, her and I, and one thing, and it was snowing out. So one thing led to another, and it got late, like 11:30, 12 o'clock, midnight. There's no more transportation, really. And she said to me, "Have I ever been to Palisades?" And I'm going, "Yeah, I was in the Palisades. It's where I had my graduation party from Aviation High School." She goes, "Let's go to the Palisades and watch the submarine races." And I'm looking at her, I'm going, "Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Let's go. Let's go." So we go. Now, the Palisades had a parking lot. I don't know how it is now, but it was a railing and a concrete embankment about 18 inches high. And you could park your car there and look over the Palisades, and you were up 150, 200 feet off the Hudson River. And it's snowing. I'm talking about, it starts snowing. I got the car running. I really can't talk about this too much, but I'm going to leave a lot of it up to your imagination. So one thing leads to another. And I ended up falling asleep because it was late on the bench that you could actually stretch out. The car was as wide as a car could be, maybe 88 inches. And she fell asleep. And she had a miniskirt on because she was a model. And I fell asleep down, my head was near her knees, and she fell asleep and her head was near my knees. And we fell asleep. It was just that simple. It was late, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And I hear this. This is what I hear. I hear. On the window. Tap. And I'm going, I was really tired. And I wake up. And I'm looking into the mini skirt area. And there it was. The accretion disk. But I hear it's getting more aggressive. But I can't see because I'm looking, the window's got snow all over it. The window where I was, my head was on the passenger side, the window was full of snow. But the other window, on the driver's side, there was a flashlight. Somebody had wiped off the snow and was hitting the window with a flashlight. And when he put the flashlight in there, I'm looking at the accretion disk of this beautiful model in between her legs. And I'm going, where the hell am I? I'm lost. I was so tired. We were partying. So, and I hear the window, tap, 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 tap. The guy is really being aggressive. Now, I look up and I grabbed the steering wheel, I pulled myself up, and the car had electric windows. And I rolled down the window, pushed the snow out of the way. You got to remember now, we don't have a whole lot of clothes on. And the police officer says to me, "Sir, shut off the car." And I said, "Yes, sir." He goes, "Shut the car off. You'll die from the carbon monoxide poisoning." "Yes, sir." So I shut the car off. He goes, "Okay, sir, good night." And he left. And that's my story about seeing an actual accretion disk in real life. That's true. So now, it's, when we woke up, eventually when we woke up, it was light out. It was like 6 inches of snow. And I got outside. I had a broom. I always kept the broom in the car for snow because I lived in New York. I brushed off the snow, and I brought her to her, where she lived. She lived in Harlem, if you know Harlem, New York, 125th and Lex was the place you'd never want to be. So, and you'd never want to be there in the day or night. So what I did, she told me where she lived. She was like 135th Street. That was 125th and Lex was Black Harlem. 130th was Spanish Harlem. She lived in Spanish Harlem, on the borderline between Spanish Harlem and Black Harlem. And I brought her up there and I dropped her off, and we dated for quite a while. And she was a very nice girl. She actually turned, and you know, she was a sweetheart, but she was a model, man. She was like, she hung out with people that wouldn't even talk to me because I was a carpenter. They only want to talk. It's like a whole. Now she was friends with Laura and Ed, and she was friends with me, but we dated for a while and then didn't work out. But for those of you who have never seen an accretion disk, it was interesting to have the police officer light it up for me. There you go. There's your accretion. There's your accretion disk right there, baby. I'll never forget that. Shut off the car. So I thought he was gonna. He didn't say a word. He just said, "Shut the car off." That was funny as all get out. The car was yellow. It was a yellow airport orange yellow service vehicle. Had a push bumper on it. The 5 vertical rubber bumpers about a foot high and 3.5 inches wide, and you could push. If a car broke down on the road, you could push it over to the side, or you could push it to the service garage. And I remember, because the airport used to auction off their cars. I paid $308 for it. And my uncle said to me, "What are you buying that piece of junk for?" I said, "You know, it would be good for carpentry," because they were better. There were better cars, but all I had was $300. So you either win it at the auction or you don't. So I put a bid in on it, and then a week later, I got the notice to go pick up the car, and that was my life savings at the time. Probably 1976, I bought the car. Could I have bought that? Yeah, no, I actually bought that in 75. Yeah, 74 or 75. But that was my life savings that I spent on that car. And it was a great car. I used that car. I worked with that car for carpentry, for the tables. You put 10 sheets of ply with a table saw, skill saws, sawzall, routers, tools. And it was a beast, because it had a super suspension for the Port Authority. Then when I worked at Fairchild Industries, we're going to go back to the flat earth in a minute. I used to drive it from Howard Beach to Route 110 in Farmingdale, New York. But my shift started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and I would leave the house at noon, and I would have lunch. I'd usually brought my lunch, but I'd go into Fairchild, have my lunch at the cafeteria, or have my lunch at the cafeteria, and then I would spend 35 to 40 minutes to get there, but I'd have to wait an hour and a half to start work. But then at night, we worked 12-hour shifts, 6 days a week, 1 week, and 7 days a week, 12-hour shifts for the second week. So for 7 months, 5 months and 29 days, because 6-month contracts. For 5 months and 29 days, I got my notice. They were going to lay us off and we could reapply. But I worked 12-hour shifts for 6 days and 7 days on and off. And I made a bunch of money. And I got tools. They gave me I still have their tools, their drill bits, their machining bits, lathe parts, overhead milling. I have tens of thousands of tools that they gave us. They gave it to us. We didn't steal anything. Fairchild Industries worked for the government. We worked on the A10A. This is how the government works, by the way. Your tax dollars hard at work. So I had a good-sized toolbox. You could not pick it up. 2 men could pick it up, but 1 person could not pick up my toolbox. Well, for Christmas, my crew chief, there's a 6-man crew. I work with Tommy Jaskowski, and my crew chief came over to me and said, we're going to be off for Christmas. You have to take your tools home. So I started taking tools out of my box that didn't belong to me, because you had to sign out for like an air drill, a 90-degree air drill. And he goes, "What are you doing?" So, these tools, these are Fairchild Industry tools. No. You get new tools in January when you come. So what should I do with these? He says, "Take them home." I says, yeah, just take them home. And he goes, "And go get some drill bits too, and some sockets, whatever you need. Just take it. Go to." And the tool chief, he was in on it. So I said to him, "Are you serious?" He goes, "Yeah." So I went to the tool room, and this was like a few days before we left. And every day I would go back and forth to the tool room and get more tools, straight drills, all pneumatic. I still have all the pneumatic tools that I got from. They all still work. Sanding discs. I just used the last sanding disc about a month ago, and but I still have. I have so many tools. So when I left, that toolbox was a solid piece of steel, weighed about 600 pounds. That toolbox, at least 600 pounds. I filled it with drill bits, drill tips, screw tips. These things were expensive. The angle drill had a quarter 24 thread on it with $10 drill bits, diamond cobalt drill bits or cobalt drill bits. I still have them. They work. Oh, they work good. And long drill bits like that, cobalt drill bits, 12 inches long. You can't even buy them, let alone the quality like that. Yeah, they were very good to me. So get back to the flat earth. Let's read the comments. I'm a maniac. So, yeah, that's a true story. I'll never forget that story, ever. When I tell it in real life, it's a lot better. Because there's a lot more to it than that. But anyway. So going back to the flat earth, you people also don't understand about gravity. Gravity does not exist. It's not, it's the theoretical writing about gravity is that all objects have a gravitational pull to all other objects, which is nonsense. It's nonsense because it's never been proven. I talked about this before. 1,000 tons of steel, and if you hung a needle next to 1,000 tons of steel, the needle would remain plumb, Plumb, plumb. It would not gravitate towards 1,000 tons of steel. So the theory is that you can only see the gravitational pull of the Earth because it's so big. But you can't see the gravitational pull of 10,000 tons of steel. That's nonsense. And that all objects have a gravitational pull. There is no proof that gravity exists. When something is dropped into water, if the density of the object is denser than the water, it sinks. If the density of the object is less density than the water, it floats. Now, I'll give you an example of this. A bar of steel. This is now a baseball-sized piece of steel. And if you drop it in water, it's going to sink down to the bottom of the containment vessel. But if you take the same block of steel and drop it in a 5-gallon bucket of mercury, it's going to float on the top like a ping pong ball, because mercury is denser than the steel. That is what they call gravity. There's no such thing as gravity, but that's what disproves gravity. That it's density that disproves gravity. So if this piece of metal floats on top of mercury but sinks in water, because it's more dense than water but less dense than mercury, it floats. And all objects have a specific density. It's called specific density. Lead has a specific density of so many 100 pounds per cubic foot. I think it's almost 963 pounds per cubic foot of lead. I think steel is 700 pounds per cubic foot. I forget. So, how could that be? How could that be? I'm looking at a video that happened 10 minutes ago. I'm back over here. So, the proof about density is that you've done these experiments in school. You've done them in physics classes. You've done them in your chemistry classes. Did you forget what you did in high school and college? Did all that knowledge just suddenly disappear? What happened? Did you not have that knowledge? Did you not have a proper education? What happened to all that knowledge that was taught you? Why can't you remember this stuff? They have given you, your science teachers, your physics teachers knew the truth. And they showed you experiment after experiment. Mr. Nick, isn't it? Well, I forgot his last Nicodemus. My physics teacher was Mr. Nick. We had two terms. He made it perfectly clear that there is no such thing as gravity. It's density. But we didn't understand why he was saying it. He didn't say the earth was flat. He didn't say there's no such thing as gravity. But he taught us the experiments to prove that the earth is flat and there is no such thing as gravity. It's not possible that he did that by accident. This guy was a genius. He wasn't just the physics teacher. There are teachers that you remember your entire life and never forget them. You never forget some of the things they did in class. Mr. Weinstein, my shop class teacher in B10, that taught us power plant mechanics for my airframe and power plant license, my power plant license. He was the most memorable person. But then again, I spent 4 periods a day with him for 180 days. So he was tops. He was my favorite teacher, Jewish guy, real brilliant guy. Oh God, he was smart. This guy, and he liked me and 2 or 3 other members of the class because we were always days ahead of everybody else. So when we finished our curriculum, Mr. Weinstein, he had a Volkswagen boat, and he gave the bug to me and another guy. I forgot his name, but I remember him, but I don't remember his name. He gave it to us and said, I want you to tear this engine down. Because in engine shop in B10, we had a flux machine, we had access to lathes, overhead milling machines, surface grinders, a tank with the fluid in it, it's like a kerosene cleaning fluid. And we took the engine out of his bug, and we honed out the pistons, and he put in oversized pistons, because the same work that you do on an airplane, you do on a car. So we took the pistons out, we put new rings and oversized pistons, and we made his engine from 40 horsepower to maybe 60 horsepower. And we put it back together in the shop. After we finished our aviation curriculum, we were months ahead of everybody else. And so from September to December would be a semester. By the end of October, we were done with our curriculum. You could go ahead with your shop projects, whatever the shop project was. Maybe it was setting up dual magnetos, or my practical turned out to be to fix a float in a Pratt & Whitney acrobatic carburetor. So you had to take it apart, and there's 5,000 pieces in that carburetor. A a reciprocating engine, 940 cubic inch reciprocating engine with a naturally aspirated, what do they call that? Acrobatic carburetor, which has there's a float for the vertical, there's a float for the horizontal, there's a float for upside down, there's a float for down, there's a float for up. There's 6 floats in that carburetor and 5,000 parts. And my job was, for my practical, was to fix the float. You have to take a lot of it apart to get to it. So you might have 1,000 parts on the table. And then you have a book, and they give you a lot of time. I forgot how long the practical could take. 2 days for your practical. So anyway, so I fix this bug, and the next thing you know, in the hangar, we have other teachers that had Volkswagen bugs. Their cars were lined up to get supercharged. And that's what we did. For the first term and the second term, he had a Volkswagen repair shop. We had Volkswagen engines lined up on the shelf, and we had the cars parked in the outside hangar. But they knew that the earth was flat. And they didn't tell us. And they don't tell you because they lose their job. That's why they don't tell you. They don't tell you because they will lose their job. If a pilot tells the people at the cockpit that the earth is flat and it's on camera, the guy's job is gone. His pension is gone. His job is gone. His benefits are gone. They don't tell you that because they lose their job. It's just part of the game. Do you know how many astrophysicists and engineers that worked for NASA have mysteriously died in the last 10 years? 200. 200 of the world's top leading scientists and engineers have had mysterious deaths that no one investigates. Because they know the truth. They're only going to allow somebody that they allow to talk the truth. Somebody like, they're never going to do that. They're never going to tell you the truth. So that's your problem, Mix. You ask a question, you get an answer, then you ask another question. That's your problem. That's what you've done on everybody's channel. That's why you were blocked on my channel. Because with you, it's never enough. There'll be 200 questions from you. You'll take over the chat. You got your answer, and then you had to ask the question again a different way. You're a troll, dude. You got your answer, and we're done with you. That's your problem. You can't take the answer that you want. You can't understand what I don't want to be trolled. You can't understand that you're not going to waste my time with you. You're a worthless troll. You can't get it through your head. This is what you do to everybody. Hey, how you doing? What's going on today? Where's your girlfriend? What did you have for lunch? None of that stuff's important. You ask the question, you got an answer, then you got to ask the question a different way. You're not stupid, but you pretend to be stupid, and you waste people's time. Bye-bye, Mick. I will eliminate you personally. Nope, you're gone. I told you don't do it to me, and you did it anyway. You don't listen. Adios. Hide user on this channel. I told you don't troll me. You know better than that, and you did it anyway. You're not coming on my channel and trolling me. Not you, not anybody else. Not going to happen. You do it on purpose. You do it to everybody. Go do it to somebody else. You asked a legitimate question, you got a legitimate answer, and then you have to ask it a different way. And you would go on for days like that. If I answered every question, this is what trolls are. That's troll. You're not coming on my channel. Stay off my channel. Don't put anything that even is related to your name. You want to ask an intelligent question? Start a new channel. Ask a legitimate question. You'll get an answer. But you're not trolling my channel. And you did it anyway. You know I'm not going to allow it, and you did it anyway to push the envelope. And then you got removed. It's fair. And then, fair enough, Michael. And you would do it again in 5 minutes. Stay off my channel, dude. Now, getting back to all my teachers in aviation high school, they all told us in different ways. So Mr. Nick explained to us about Bernoulli's, one of Bernoulli's law principles about vacuums. Now, he explained the Venturi principle, which has to do with carburation, naturally aspirated carburetors. They explained all the principles of flight to us, step by step, item for item, question and answer by question and answer, theory by theory, that when they told us how a gyroscope works, and that you just set it and the plane follows that path, I don't know if anybody ever asked if the Earth is round. It wasn't a kind of question you'd ask back in the 70s. But they told us the laws of physics, and a round Earth defies all the laws of physics. All of them. It defies gyroscopic principles. So when you, if you guys wanted to look up the principles of gyroscopes, now you'll get somebody that will say I'm wrong, but they won't read or watch the video. Well, why won't you watch the video? Are you not smart enough to watch the video? And in the video, the guy who's doing the videos of gyroscopes on YouTube, this is not exactly what I wanted. It's what you're going to read, though. I'm going to give you reading material. I was going to give you reading material, but I can't. Okay. Read it. Read how they work. Try using your brain for something other than a hat holder. Here we go again with not being able to get to where I want to be. I can't even open up my own page. Oh, this is crazy. YouTube. YouTube is also screwing everybody around. Everybody that goes live, the notification for a live stream is coming out 10 minutes, 20 minutes, a half an hour after the live stream starts. My premiere, I never got a notice from my premiere at all last week. I never got a notice. An hour and a half after I posted my premiere for my video, I got a notice. How is that possible? It's not possible with YouTube. They're throttling us. And why? Because I do flat earth videos. Therefore, his videos will be subjected to shadow banning. That's how they shadow ban you. I have, I don't know, 4,000 subscribers on this channel, and 20 people might get a notice from my channel that I'm shadow banned because they don't like what I have to say, but I don't break the rules. So if I don't break the rules, they can't really do much about it. But if I do break the rules, they'll give me a strike, of course. But like if I said what I wanted to say, I would get a strike because it would be the real truth. I have to circumnavigate the truth. But the truth is that they're lying to you about the earth being flat or round. That's the truth. Now, going back to gravity, we covered that gravity is really specific. The density and in a volume of water, steel will fall to the bottom, a cork will float up on top, an apple will float halfway, halfway down because it's half full of water. Maybe soap, like the liquid soap might be, if you just let it settle in a column of water, soap might be someplace in the middle. Oil will be at the top. Food coloring will be someplace lower than the top. And so on and so forth. I'll try to find a picture of that for you. I have it up on my screen somewhere, but I don't know where it is. I don't even know that it'll open up that page anymore. I'm looking for a picture of the density of specific gravity to show you how objects, 10 different objects will float at different levels in an actual column of water, about 3.5 inches in diameter. No, it's not that. It's not that. The tabs, yeah, you might think that, and some people say that's true. It's not that, Benny. But thank you. It could be because of that, but I have the highest speed possible. And what happens, I'll tell you what it's from. I know what it is. Okay, so you got a cache. You have a certain amount of cache and you have a certain amount of cookies that are put, every time you open up a page, a certain amount of cookies are attached to the video or whatever you open up. It could be a commercial, could be a video, could be a document like from NASA or something like that. So a certain amount of cookies. So at the end of the day, when you clear out your cache, you might have 2 gigabytes of cache. That's a lot, for cookies. So you have to clear that out. So I didn't clear it out yesterday, number one. Second thing is, when I had my computer running all night, in and of itself, I had a repetitive video playing at night. I watched it several times during the course of a night. So that had commercials in it. So every time a commercial came on, it dumped more cookies into the pot. Then that will slow your computer down. Then in my mail, I have 16,000 mails in my mail. I saved them. I don't know. It says I can save them. I saved them. So if I dump 1,000 mails out, then it will be less. But every 24 hours, I have to clear the cache. But that it is slowing it down. But that's the data rate that I have is the highest data rate that you can possibly buy from Globe. So when I refresh, when I clear the cache, when I remove some mail, maybe 500 mail, I'll just go unread mail. I'll just click 500, disappear. Also, I have something else in my computer. I put a program in the computer to do video editing. If that slows the computer down. So those things slow the computer down, and I'm using a lot of data from those things, not the tabs. Because if I was just don't clear the cache, don't clear the email, don't clear out the cookies, just don't do that, and refresh this video, restart the computer, it'll work fine for a whole day. But if I dump everything, it'll work better than fine. It'll be faster. But if I was just to shut the... Well, actually, I could do that. Because I'm looking at my camera. Okay, I'll do that. I can refresh the page right now. I'll do that. I'll just... there, see, even down here, I'll show you. See the start button on the bottom? Right here? Can you see that? Yeah, right there. Look, it should show me the start right now, Benny. I appreciate you trying to give me a... Now I'm holding down the cursor, so I have to count to 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now I got to take the cursor away, and I have to wait 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, now I press the power button for 10 seconds, and I have to wait 10 seconds for the restart button to see. So I'll press that down now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now I go over here, and now the restart will show. Now I'll restart the computer. And when I restart it, everything will work fine. Because it clears some of the cache out. It clears some of the background stuff. It's the background stuff that's slowing down the computer. Plus, the tabs chew up a certain amount of data, but I pay for more than enough data, and I don't have a satellite hookup. I have hardwire right to the internet, right from my computer to the servers, hardwired. There is no Wi-Fi involved. Now there's Wi-Fi on the phone, so now I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for the server to. Okay, now it's just going to start to restart. So I had to wait, what, a minute? And now it'll take 3 to 5 minutes for it to come back online because it's getting rid of the background stuff. But thanks for the suggestion. But it's not the tabs. A lot of people say it's the tabs, it's the cookies, it's the cache, it's the mail that I haven't opened up. I have 16,000 mails because I've saved every mail I've ever gotten since 2001. In case I want to go back and look at stuff. It's crazy, but I did it. Okay, so I'm going to restart it anyway. It's giving me an option to go back to cancel work. I don't care about that. So anyway, thanks for the suggestion. Thumbs up from Benny. So, yeah, you're right about the tabs, but I'm going to tell you this computer, it's a Lenovo. It's an i3. It doesn't have a lot of computation power. My mistake. I bought it. I only paid $600 for it, which in America would have been a $280 computer. Here I paid $630. And it was a piece of junk. The motherboard went, the soundboard went, the video card went. It's just a piece of junk. Now it's working, but it works slow. And once I put that program in for the editing program, even though I took it out, I think it left... It leaves a residue of the program. You need to... I don't know how to get it all out. I just don't. There's a way to do it, but I don't know how to do it. So since I put the program in, DaVinci editing, you guys never put that thing in. We got an i3 computer. It's 3 billion bytes. 3 billion bytes. 3 billion bytes, not 3 million. I put that in, I put it on the screen, the computer went like, whoop. That was it, man. The computer was froze. Shut the computer off, restarted it, opened up the Da Vinci program, whoop, like that. I had to remove it right away, but it left garbage inside. So I did talk about Benny, the other problem is if I do as you say, and that's a good suggestion. If I do as you say, I won't remember. See those tabs I had open: gyroscopes, flat Earth, 200 proofs, flight, the NASA flight documents. If I do that, then I have to open those up again, and I've been studying those in case somebody has a legitimate question about why the Earth is flat, and they need an answer. I watch those videos often, and I don't just watch 200 proofs the Earth is not a spinning ball one time. I may have watched that video 20 times in the last month because I'm preparing to talk about a subject. So I don't remember. That's too much information for me to remember. There's too much information. Like, for instance, I'll try to give you a for instance about. Let me look at this. Let me look at a picture here for a second. Yeah. Okay. I got it, for instance. So when you Google flat Earth, and you're never going to come to somebody that believes the Earth is flat. You're always going to come to a government show, and then it's always going to tag it as a false doctrine. Always. Now, there's a guy. Forgot his name. He's a flat Earth denier. Dave, his name is Dave. I forget his last name. So he shows you now water. Let's talk about water covers 71% of the Earth's surface, the flat Earth's surface, and water, when put into a container and left unto itself with no outside influences, no wind, no churning of the water, will seek its own level. It'll be flat forever. It'll be flat. It'll be flat for a half a mile. It'll be flat for 1,000 miles. This is just one example of flat Earth deniers. So water stays flat in a containment vessel, or even no matter where water is, it stays level for 3,000 miles. So Dave is saying that one drop of water that lands on a leaf curls up into a water droplet, and it's round. Yes, he's right about that, but he's wrong to use that as an example. We're talking about a body of water in a containment vessel. Will seek its own level, be flat. If it was flat on the leaf, it would flatten out. You wouldn't see it. But the reason that the water bubble, you could look this up while I'm talking. You knock yourself out. I've done my research, but this is part of aircraft dynamics. So the water bubbles because of cohesion and surface tension. Cohesion is one example that Dave uses incorrectly, and surface tension. The water has a tension on the surface of the water. It's just the way the molecules work. So if you were to prove that water has surface tension, you can take an old Schick razor blade double-sided razor blade, and if you put it onto a flat surface of water, you can put it on top of the water. It won't sink. Now, if you put it straight down, it'll sink right down into the water. But if you put it down flat, the surface tension of the water on a molecular level, something you can't see, on a molecular level, it will hold up the razor blade, a flat razor blade, because the surface tension builds up and holds up the razor blade. That's why one drop of water on a leaf turns into a ball. So he's using that as an example when we're talking about, a gallon of water or 1 trillion gallons of water. Another example that he used incorrectly is that if you put water in a test tube, you'll see the water roll up on the sides of the test tube, a small amount. If you have good eyes, you're going to see the water goes up the side of the test tube. Well, it does that because of that's called cohesion. And the cohesive nature of the water, combined with the surface tension of the water, will make it go up the walls of the flask or test tube, a small amount. But on a billion gallons, on the wall, it's going to go up against the edge of the wall. But that's there's a different reason for why it does that. That's called surface tension or surface cohesion. That's something altogether different. So he'll use that as that that water doesn't remain flat. But what you'll never see anywhere is if you put water in a fish tank and the bottom of the fish tank is curved like that, you'll never see the water follow the curve. The water stays flat up on top, and the bottom of the fish tank has nothing to do with anything. It's once it seeks its own level, it seeks its own level. There's no curvature. Then that's the same thing for the ocean. There's no curvature at all. Never was, never will be. Now, talking about the fact that there is no space, how they lie to us, I'm going to try to find that picture. I think I got it. Nope, not that one. Not that one either. So another reason that water proves that the earth is flat is because the Amazon River, for instance, is 1,000 miles. We'll just say it's 1,000. It's longer than that. So, and it starts over here. It only drops down a foot or so in 1,000 miles. So, if the earth was curved, that it would mean the Amazon River's over here. The water would have to flow up over 6 miles high and then roll down to the ocean. Water does not flow uphill. There may be some places that they say it's an observable effect, but for the most part, for all intent and purposes, if that is true, where they say the water flows uphill, it's only a small degree. Could be something that has to do with, I don't know, but I've never seen it. I've seen videos of it. I don't believe it. But the water but it only flows up a small amount. We're talking about the Amazon would have to travel up 6 miles of the curvature of the earth, right? And then it would go down. If the earth is curved and it's 1,000 miles, it has to go up and then down. Can't just be going down. Otherwise, it would be going through the earth. That's a falsehood. Water flows downhill. Every plumber knows. My brother from another mother, he's a plumber. He knows. Well, let's get back over here. Now I'll show you that what I said is true, Benny. Okay, so here we are, Benny. That's my page, right, with the gesture on there. And then when I couldn't get to the next tab. Before I refreshed the page. Okay, so we're there. Now this should take about 2 seconds. 1001, there it goes, flashed right on the screen. Because I got rid of the cache. Now I'm going to go to the next tab. 1001, 1002. Okay, that's the maximum. Now I'll go to understanding gyroscopes, another 2 seconds. 1001, 1002. Now I'll open up the next tab. 1001, 1002. I'll go to the article. 1001, okay, there it is. Next, 1001. Next. 1001, okay. Next. Video. 1001, 1002. Next. 1001, 1002. Next. So it does have something to do with the tabs at the top if you're not getting the data. Well, I get the data. I pay for the data. I pay for the maximum amount of data possible in the Philippines. So, Benny, if you want to leave a comment that you saw it, I hope that you got to see it, because that would answer your question entirely. So, let's go. Here it is. Here is the picture that I wanted to show you. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine that. So, yeah, I'm going to do this 200 proofs. The Earth is not a spinning ball. I want to send Eric a message, what I'm going to do with his video. I'm sure he'll give me permission about that. He's a very... So this is a prime example of the Amazon River. If the Amazon River, which you can't see anymore. Okay, if the Amazon River was over here, and the water was flowing out of the side of a mountain, 1,000 miles away would be over here. The water would have to flow up and over 6 miles of earth and then go back into the ocean. Not possible. There are so many reasons why the earth is flat, and they know every one of them. Why is the government interested in keeping... Why does the government care whether we believe the earth is flat or not? Why do they care? They care. All right, so I have 8 people watching. Not many people, but I'll tell you why the government cares. And I'll prove it to you. But I'm probably going to get in trouble if I say all the words. So you're going to have to read between the lines. When we had the lockdown because of the coronavirus, when we had the lockdown, it was mandatory that we wear masks for health and safety reasons. And well, we should. It saved us from breathing in the bad particles of bacteria. Okay? Definitely the masks are definitely a big plus. There's no doubt about that. But those stupid people, those fools, those undereducated people, some people didn't believe that we were being saved by the masks. But they're not allowed to say that. They got in trouble for saying that. And well, they should. Not only should they get in trouble for stating that, because they're putting people's lives in danger by stating that masks are necessary. They should have made us wear 2 or 3 masks on top of one another, different types with charcoal filtering and possibly silicone crystals in one layer of a mask, and then charcoal filtering in another, and then cotton membrane, and on the outside tungsten steel to stop the strong particles. Those people that kept saying that there's no reason to wear protection, they were putting your life at risk. And you and I both know that. But when they said that, they got in trouble. Okay? The government knows what's good. Big Brother knows what's good for you. Dr. Fauci, he knew that it should be mandatory that everybody needs to get not just the vaccine, but the first shot, the second shot, the third shot, the fourth shot. It should be mandatory. Right across the board. You shouldn't be able to have a bank account, shouldn't be able to drive a car, shouldn't be able to have a checkbook without getting vaccinated. You should not be allowed to even go grocery shopping. And that would eliminate the chance of you giving that horrible coronavirus to somebody else. And the government, you got to remember the government, Dr. Fauci, Mr. Trump, that he stopped the world because he knew how important it was for us to be vaccinated. No matter how many vaccinations, we have to get them all, and we should have to get them all on time, and we should have to get the boosters with them. And as soon as they come out with another one, it should be mandatory that we go get those too. This way, it slows down the proliferation of any chance of getting sick, and then we can't transfer it to somebody else. Should be mandatory. Mandatory. You should, the day the vaccination comes out, should be, you should have to get it that day. You should have to go down and sign up for it that day. Your children, you should bring them all to the place to get it. It's free. It's for our benefit. Anybody that goes against that should get in trouble, because the government is trying to help us by telling us the truth about that. Now after the fact, what is the truth? I don't know. I don't spend a lot of time researching that stuff. But sometimes the truth changes. So why is the government only got involved for our benefit? Or was it? It had nothing to do at all. Nothing. It had nothing to do with pharmaceutical companies. They were there to help us to save lives. You don't get it. You don't get it. I'm from the government. I'm here to help. You need to remember those words, because the government went through billions and trillions, billions and billions and billions of dollars in research to get us help, to keep us from getting sick. And you people, and then you have these morons saying that this is not necessary. It was necessary to get the shot. It was necessary to get the booster. It is necessary to get 1, 2, 3, 5 shots, 10 shots. Get a whole, get us better, make us better. That it's better to be safe than sorry, and the only way you know you're safe is to take all the vaccinations. Not 1, not 2, because 1 is just the beginning, 2 is the end game, and 3 is the booster, and that all those 3 combined will keep you healthy and strong like bull. Now people are coming out and saying that the truth is different. They should be drawn and quartered. They shouldn't be allowed to say things against the government. They should not be allowed to talk about the government. The government is here to help. Now, as far as the flat earth, the government puts a tag at the bottom of my video saying that the flat earth theory has been disproven. because they know I'm full of bologna and cheese, which is makes me hungry, actually, for a bologna and cheese sandwich. You know when the last time I had a bologna and cheese sandwich was? The last time I had a bologna and cheese sandwich was 2019. God, I miss cold cuts. You can't buy bologna or cheese in the Philippines. Cannot. Not possible. You can buy a processed cheese. Move to another. Let's go back to the. So anyway, Benny. Let's see, Benny. Let's go back over here. So, yeah, the government is here for our benefit. The tag they put at the bottom of my video is for the benefit of you people to not believe what I say. Don't believe what I say, because everything I say, I do this because I think it's fun. It's a new topic. They allow me to talk about this. Without the government's permission, I would not be allowed to talk about the flat earth. Everybody comes to make fun of me. It's good. They make fun of me. They make fun when I bang a pot. They should make fun of me, because that's stupid. What I should be doing is putting men on bases. That's a good way to make money. Man, I got a man on first. Somebody bring that man around to second base. That's the way to make money on YouTube. That actually is honestly, that is a pretty good idea. I don't know if anybody ever did it besides that one fella, but that's a really, all kidding aside, because everybody loves baseball, right? That's a good idea. So now, let's go back over here. Yeah, Mike, yeah, we need to get the Omicron vaccination too. We need to get that over to the Philippines. If I was a pilot, I would volunteer to fly that stuff over here for free to save us. Mike, we could talk about that on Facebook, because the problem here in the Philippines with cheese, oh man. The problem here with the cheese in the Philippines is, I've said this before, but and now I'm going to go back to another example I want to use to why the earth is flat. The problem with the cheese here is you can take a pound of cheese and put it, like I used to make chili. I used to make a lot of chili. I love chili, but it's really fattening. But I would buy a 5 kilo block of Parmesan cheese. Not Parmesan, mozzarella. And on the top of the chili, when it settled, you'd have I would put a chunk of cheese. Maybe a half a pound of cheese in the chili. Because you know how when you mix in cheese, it gives it a rich flavor, like mayonnaise. On the top of the chili, I would get a ball of oil on top of the chili, about 3.5 inches in diameter, and you put a wooden spoon in there, and you take it out, and you'd have 1.5 ounces of oil. And when you put it on the counter or on a plate, it hardens up, semi-hardens up. It's actually gum rubber. It's actually the same product that they make chewing gum out of. It's edible. If you ate it, you wouldn't kill you, but it's not cheese. And they're mixing that product in with the cheese, so it makes the cheese, it makes it less expensive for them to put it in the cheese, but it makes the cheese, cheese is not cheese anymore. I had American cheese that won't even melt in the chili. It just turns into small little pieces. So, yeah, they're not giving us cheese. But I don't really think I need a block of cheese from Australia, thanks. But thanks anyway. Okay, let's go to the Flat Earth video again. That's my page. Now it's So let's go over here. So that guy Dave was trying to push the fact that the dynamics of a drop of water or inside a test tube, cohesion and surface tension, tensile surface tension, are two factors that are going to change at the edge of the vessel. It's always going to climb up the wall a little bit, but not much. A 64th of an inch, a 100th of an inch, maybe. Now let's go to gravity. Gravity. Let's talk about gravity. There's no such thing as gravity. No such thing. It's density. If gravity existed, then when the moon pulled the water and makes the high tide. Now, I'm telling you factually, for a fact, whatever the moon does to the tides, there is a correlation between super high tides and low tides and full moons and new moons. There's definitely a correlation, but it has nothing to do with gravity. Because if it had anything to do with gravity, there are lakes as big as oceans, and they don't move even a quarter of an inch. You guys, I need to... I'm going to turn you around so you could see how flat the ocean is. Look how flat that is. That's what you're looking at. There's about 6 miles of flat ocean. I'll be back in a minute. I actually have clothes outside and it's starting to rain. Okay. So gravity, oh, where are you? You're back over there. Look how flat that is. You would see a curve if there was a curve. I actually bought a load yesterday, last Friday. I have one more day to use my load. It's rained every day this week in the afternoon. I'm going to make a video. I'm going to just take the drone, if I can, at some time when I want it to be sunny. I want to take the drone and just bring it up, I don't know, maybe a half a mile high. And then I'll turn it around. And then you'll see how flat the ocean is, because I live on the ocean, right? So gravity, if the moon had any effect on us at all, it does. It has an effect on... There's no doubt that people's mental attitudes change on a full moon and new moons. There's no doubt that... Number 4. There's no doubt that the moon has an effect on the tides, but it's not... I don't allow other people's channels to be put up on my page. I know you do that because you're trying to get people to go over to Honeyco's channel, and I don't look. I don't watch Honeyco. I haven't watched even 5 seconds of her in the last 3 years. She was a nice girl, trying to make money on YouTube. 1 thumb, 2 thumbs up. But I don't mention people's channels on my channel. I just did. She's not a bad person, but I don't need her. You people sending notices that basically you're sending a notice that she's doing a live stream. So anybody here that watches Honeyco, go watch Honeyco. Apparently she's doing a live stream. But the next time you post somebody else's channel name, you've done it twice today, the next time you'll be gone. Now, I've told you this today once. If I have to say it twice, I'll just eliminate your ability to post on my channel. You say stupid stuff, not so much egregious stuff, that's allowed. But to mention, see, this is what the trolls do. They mention somebody like Honeyco. She works overseas. I'll tell you everything there is to know about Honeyco. I haven't watched one of her videos in 3 years. Her content has nothing to do with my content. She lives in another country, and she works in another country. I don't know what she does. I don't watch her stuff. I don't dislike her or her content. I just don't watch it. You only have so much time a day. So this guy, Mudda, he wants to announce that Honeyco's doing a live stream, or Honeyco says. Don't do that on my channel. Don't do it again. Do it again. I don't care if you do it again 2 weeks from now, I'm going to block you. Don't do it again. Nobody allows anybody to put my name on their channel, and yet I don't dislike Honeyco, so I'm more than happy to say Honeyco's doing a live stream. Go watch it if you like. Knock yourself out. But I don't watch her stuff. Hello, Dennis. I don't watch her stuff. I don't watch since I was born. I don't watch on my own volition. I've never put on a baseball game or a football game. I've watched the Super Bowl, and I've watched football games at other people's houses, but me, I would never stop my day to watch a football game. Never. I've never watched a football game. I never said, I got to go home. The football game I don't care about football. I don't watch it. And Honeyco is Honeyco. I don't watch her. I'm never going to watch her. Nothing that she ever said for me. Thanks, Dennis. Nothing she ever said on her channel when I did watch her interested me. She's got a completely different type of content. I don't watch TikTok. I don't watch... for instance, a lot of people like... what do they call that? When you have zombie movies. I've never watched a zombie movie. It doesn't interest me. It's not real, number one. Number two, it's not something that I want to watch. Oh, well, I did watch a zombie movie. I watched that one with the little Polish girl. I don't remember. Very pretty girl. Under the ground with the railroad thing that goes into the thing. Some sort of virus. I watched that one. That I remember. That was like 5 years ago. Janowski, Jackowitz, the lady's name is. I don't remember her name. But I watched that. Janovich, she played with Bruce Willis. And she played with Bruce Willis in that movie From the Other Planet. She was the Fifth Element. The girl who played in The Fifth Element. But anyway, moving on. Gravity. The moon does not possess gravity, but the moon possesses some influence on saltwater bodies. But if it doesn't possess gravity, because if it was gravity and it was water and it was pulling on water, it would pull on the Great Lakes. But why would it stop? Where would it end? And if the moon had gravity enough to shift 300 billion quadrillion gallons of water from one place to another, and the Earth literally was on an axis spinning through space, the Earth might shift with the oceans, the way the oceans shift. Like if that, there might be enough water to displace the axis of the Earth, maybe not. But if the moon had gravity and it pulled on the ocean, and the Earth has gravity that pulls on the moon, and they gravitate towards one another, why doesn't the moon lose its orbit and crash into the Earth? Why doesn't the moon just come to the Earth? Leo from Frio. Hey, and good day. Big ups, Alpha Male Construction. Great stream. Thank you. Thank you. And I try to mix it up with different things. I can't. My focus is on making a stream. But all the information that I give you, so is in my mind, I've researched it, it's true. So if the moon had gravity, and the Earth has gravity, and the sun has gravity. Oh, let's talk about the sun next. Yeah, I like the sun. I like that theory. Then they would pull towards one another. What's stopping the moon from being sucked into the Earth or the Earth and the moon being sucked into the sun? It's nonsense. You have no contact, dude. I'm not real sure what that means. What does that mean? No contact. Is that some sort of cryptic message? I don't know what that means. So does the moon and the why do wolves howl at the moon? They feel some sort of force. That's a good question, Philippines. They feel there's no doubt that the moon. Oh, you needed me to contact you. Well, you have my email. I didn't. Maybe. Where did you leave a message in my email? I don't know where did you leave a message? I'll look at my email. I'll take a look. All right, so let me look up. I'll look up the number 54. Hawaii 54. Okay, search that. And the last message I have nothing. I have Hawaii. 7:30:22 was the last message with the word Hawaii in it. I don't know who that's from. So I don't see an email. Let me take a look at it. Okay, well, you know what I'll do? I'll after this video is made, I'll send you an email, or you have my email address. I know that because we did this once before, I think. Let's see. Let's go to my sent mail. Sent 54. Okay, and where the heck is that? I don't even see the one that I think we had sent. Okay, let's try Hawaii. H-A-W. Let's try that. I'll look in the spam box. Hold on a minute. I'm not seeing anything. All right. I'm not seeing anything here in my mail. I want to check spam. Oh boy. Let's see. Spam 54. Should say right away. Tom O'Connor, Jerry Springer. All right, well, I'm pretty sure. Well, it's Frank in Hawaii 54 at yahoo.com. From my memory, I'll look that up. Frank. Come on. Frank. Okay. Here it is, right here. Yeah, on January 12th. Everybody knows your email. Here it is, right here. And where is this? It's in my messages, dated January 12th. That's the only message I have from you. Okay, well, after the show, I'll send you out a mail. Unless you want to send something to me, by all means, feel free. Here it is right here. You and Frank Battaglia have traded 4 messages in January 2023. You first sent him or her a message regarding Frank. This is Michael Fazio. I've been leaving messages on your shows, but you can't see me. Okay, I don't know if you unblocked me. Okay. I'll just send this out. I'll send you out. I'll open this up. And then I'll forward this message to you. And then you can respond. Maybe there's something wrong because it's not in my spam box. Okay, so I just sent it out. And it's not in my spam box. It wasn't even in sent. I don't understand how I would see it in messages but not sent. I don't know. I don't the first time I looked at my spam box in months was maybe in December. I had like 3 months of spam. I cleared it out, but I haven't looked at it since then, but it's not in there now. But thanks, I'll get in touch with you after the show. All right. Going back to, what was I talking about? The flat earth. Okay, we're back to the flat earth. Okay, I sent out the mail back so that you'll have an easy to respond. I know that neither one of us are real good. Okay, neither one of us are very good on the computer thing. I may know how to make a video and post stuff, but the whole thing about the computer stuff, with my computer freezing up and not knowing how to get the darn program out of the computer that I put in, and I'm not real good at that stuff. I will tell anybody. My computer skills are garbage. My editing skills are garbage. My ability to make a video like the one I made yesterday of the cement place, I'm good with that. Talking to people, stuff like that. But my editing skills and my knowledge of how to circumvent the different programs on YouTube, It took me at least 20 tries to learn how to chop up, to learn how to, in the video, thank you, in the video editor, it took me like 20 times because my video editor, it says trim, right? It says trim, but it doesn't show you where to trim it. Far be it from me to know you have to scroll up to see the line, because my computer is set so big because I can't see it. When it's set at 110%, you can't see the bottom of the screen. I couldn't figure out why I couldn't trim anything. For weeks, I tried to trim stuff. And for weeks, the trim part was below because I have the screen expanded. I'm really garbage at this. Aloe de Winter. Well, Aloe de Winter. Aloe de Winter and I, this is all kidding aside. This is no joke. This is no joke. Aloe de Winter and I had a laugh. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how I could tell you the story without telling you the story. It had nothing to do with YouTube. Nothing at all. It had to do with some obscure thing that happened to me between me and a woman. And I'm talking to this woman. I've been talking to her for a long time. And she wants to get together. But I'm still with Daisy, so there's no reason for me to get together with her. I met her on a dating site a long time ago. Then she's on Facebook. So she asked me to get together with her. So she got mad at me. She lives in Behold. How come you won't tell me? And she started screaming at me, not screaming, but raising her voice. Why don't you want to meet me? Because apparently somebody that knows her knows me. So, and I don't want to meet her. I don't want to meet any. If I wanted to date somebody, I would date them. But I still talk to Daisy 2 or 3 times a day, sometimes, and sometimes I don't. So I'm on the phone with her, not, and I'm going to, and I was asking her question, why would you want to meet me? And Aloe, he was on Skype with me. She had sent me a text to call her up because I can call on this phone. I can call for free, Globe. So I call her. And Aloe's on Skype, so I told Aloe, hold on, but don't say anything. So when the girl comes on, how come you don't want to meet me? And I'm going, look, I'm broke. I don't have enough money to date most of the people that would want to date me. I don't have enough money to date them. I have enough money to do what I want to do. Oh, and by the way, talking about money, I'm going to be transferring. Forget about what I'm going to do. But the peso is 54.56. It was 56.65 last week. But my checks, my bank transfer didn't come in until Wednesday. So I didn't get to the bank. So, but the money went from 55.65 down to 54.56 yesterday at noon. So if you guys are going to transfer money, or if you have a dollar account, like I have a dollar account, if you're going to take money out of your dollar account, you can look online. The peso's been going downhill progressively for the last 10 days. So I'm on the phone with the girl. I'm going, look, I don't have enough money to date you. Well, she watches my videos. She goes, I don't care. So, and I'm going, well, you know, I don't have a lot of money to go spending on. She goes, I don't care. She wants to live on a white sand beach. And I'm going, but Now, Allo was listening to this. I said, yeah, but you don't understand. I have a little dick. According to everybody on YouTube, everybody knows. That girl started laughing, and Allo started laughing so hard, I didn't have the phone covered. And he busted out a laugh, a hysterical laugh. And she's going, who else is there? We were laughing for about 5 minutes. He couldn't stop laughing. I had to hold my hand over the mouthpiece of the phone. I couldn't stop laughing. This went on for a long time. She said, I don't care. I don't care. I want to get together. We'll go to the Bellevue. Oh, you don't care. You just want me to drop, what is it? Now it's $20 for breakfast, which is cool. If it was a nice day and the sun was out, do a swim, do a drone video. But I don't know her. And I don't really want to meet anybody else. I'm very comfortable with not meeting people. So I don't really care about any of that stuff. It's not. I don't look. In order to date a woman in the Philippines, they want to become your girlfriend, your steady girlfriend. They know. She knows about Daisy. I keep posting. That's one of the reasons I always mention Daisy. She don't care. Apparently she likes me. Why, I don't know. I never could figure out why any woman would ever like me, ever, in my whole life. I had more women ask me to marry them than I asked women to marry me. That's for sure. There's no doubt about that. Because at one point in my life, I had money, I had a good job, I had a good business, and I was fun to be with. I'm not so much fun now. I'm old. I can't walk that well anymore, and I live in a shack. I didn't even tell her about the toilet bowl. We're not gonna. That would be, that would probably be a deal breaker. But I don't care whether it's a deal breaker or not. She's not coming here. Every girl I've ever met, and I have met women since Daisy left, I've tried every girl within a week or two. They have a family problem and they need finance. I think you are more fun now than back then. I'm a lot more, yeah, maybe because you get older, you mellow out. You mellow out a little bit. You're not so aggressive. Like I let that guy Mix on my channel, knowing he was going to troll me, and he did. I just blocked him. I didn't get upset about it. But as you get older, you get more tolerant of certain things. So I don't and now since Daisy, I sent Daisy back to Mindanao. She had wanted to do something in Mindanao, and it could only be done there in Mindanao. Could be done in Manila too, but it was easier for her. So she always gets a 1 month vacation for Christmas and New Year's and her birthday. Always. Since I met her, she's never spent Christmas or New Year's here in Bohol. And if she did, she still gets a month to go back to her family. So now that was in November she went back. And that would have been 2 months vacation. But in order to her to do what she had to do, what she wanted to do, it takes several weeks to get what she wanted to do accomplished. So she's done with that now. And she's decided that it's too much and she doesn't want to do that anymore. So she'll be coming back soon. But when I wasn't sure whether she was coming back or not, because when she went back to Davao, there was no agreement not to date, not from me, not from her. That's not my business, what she does, where she is. I'm not a jealous guy. So I talked to her, and I went out on a couple of dates, but they always have a problem. I don't have enough money to support a woman. woman's needs. I'm being honest with you. I don't have enough money to support a. Do I have enough money? Oh, of course I could. Do I want to spend it on that? No. Okay, no. Especially considering when I told her, you want to help me with some yard work. No, I don't. I'm a woman. I'm a lady. Oh, okay. Oh, the deal is done. At that point, it's like, can you swim? She said yes. Not this girl, another girl. So, yeah, I could swim. So let's go. I gave her a mask and a snorkel. She never put a mask and a snorkel on before. And I put her in the ocean, which is completely different than putting him in the corner. Putting him in the corner and putting him in the corner is different than putting him in the ocean. Let's put it like that. So we went out. She couldn't swim. She did the doggy paddle for about 10 or 15 feet, and that was it. And that's what you get for a girl. Now, Daisy doesn't swim either. But I've been with Daisy for now 6 years, so you gotta have a little leeway. But this girl lied to me. She said, yeah, I can swim. So we met for breakfast at the ICM, and then we came here, and we went in the ocean because I plan high tides when I meet these girls, and she couldn't swim. And she wasn't going to learn how to swim anytime soon. I said, well, maybe we'll do some work in the yard. There's a bunch of stuff to do out there. And she goes, no, I don't do that. I'm a lady. Okay. All right. Let's go to Poblacion. Let's go have some lunch. And we'll get you on a jeepney back to wherever it is that you came from, because I don't know where she came from. And I don't care, because there's too many complications with meeting a stranger, man or woman. They can say anything they want to say. They can get you in trouble. They can, you reject them in some way and you hurt their feelings. I don't want to do that again. I've done that before, where you date some, my family needs 500 pesos or 1,000 pesos for food. Okay, here you go. And it doesn't stop. Then the next thing, they need a stove and a refrigerator. And the next thing after that, they want to build an extension on their house. I don't want to do that. Let me get what I want done first here on my property, and then we can go to do your family. You can, but you have to help me here. But you don't work. You don't work with tools. You don't want to work in the yard. You don't want. All I wanted her to do was to rake up the yard. That's all. I just see if she's any good with a rake. She want to do that. I don't want to do it. I don't want to meet another girl. So I'm on the phone, and when I said that to the girl, Allah lost it. He lost it completely. And now he can't stop laughing, and I'm going, shh, shh. He just kept laughing. So after that, I told her I got to go, because he ain't going to, I had to put I said, look, I got to go. I got to do something. So I did. Me and him laughed for solid 5 minutes. And then we laughed again last night, and then we'll laugh about this till the day we die. Allo is one of the funniest guys. His sense of humor and my sense of humor pretty much lines up. Allo, bang, the metal bucket. Metal bucket, metal bucket, bang. The metal bucket for the jester. Bang the metal bucket for the jester. Allo the winter. He is my friend. He is my confidant. Allo, he is a lawyer. Better than my lawyer. But he's not a licensed lawyer. Allo the winter. He loves the metal bucket. He loves the metal bucket. He loves the bucket. Love the bucket. The jester, he loves the bucket. He loves I love the bucket, he loves the bucket, everybody loves the metal bucket. Aloe, aloe the winter, he is the man that loves a good bucket. He loves a good bucket, he loves a good bucket, he loves a good bucket. Oh yeah, and yeah, I'm done. I'm done meeting strange women. Now, if someone, even if Daisy, I talked to Daisy, I said, if you have a girl that lives around here that wants to meet me, you know, I'll go out with her. I'll take her out just for company, for companionship. I won't throw it in your face because I don't ask Daisy what she does. I don't care. It's not my business. But we would, I think we would consider us still together, but I don't ask. I don't ask personal questions. So she talks about people that she's been friends with on Facebook. I don't care. Guys on Facebook. I'm coming to the Philippines. Okay. Did he come? No, didn't come. When the lockdown's over, she's been talking to somebody for years on and off on Facebook. The guy never came. They're the people that say they're coming to. It's not an easy thing to come to the Philippines. Whatever you want to think, how easy it is. You only need $5,000 to come for a month. That's a lot of money, especially in today's economy. So the guy never showed up. Aloe, aloe the winter, he's got a bucket on his chat. Aloe, aloe the winter, he's got a bucket on his chat. Now, hello gentlemen, I'll be in Bantayan in March and Bohol in April, says Brevis. And then Aloe said, I think you are more fun now than back then. Aloe saying hello to Brevis. You are the man. When are you in Manila? You're getting an invitation. Let's meet up to Brevis from Aloe. And Aloe lives in Manila. So if you want to go to Manila and meet Aloe, that's up to you. That would be interesting. So, aloe, aloe the winter is my friend. Aloe the winter, he is the jester. Aloe was fucking with the Philippines. He definitely is doing it. I am your biggest supporter. So, going back to the flat earth and how we know, we have, let me, so I did the internet thing from yesterday. I told you about the peso. Now, I lost 6,000 pesos because if the money would have come in last week, the week before, and it should have come in. See, to get money, even a bank transfer takes 30 days. And it costs money. So, but because of Christmas Day was Sunday, remember? So Saturday and Sunday and Monday, the holiday. And then New Year's, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. That's 6 days. That's 2 extra days. And then there's another holiday after that. And there's one before that. I forgot the name of the holiday. And then Synologue, the banks are closed. So that set me back 6 days. And had the money come in at that time when it was 56.65, 56, I would have had about another $120. My loss. But maybe it'll go back up. But they say it's supposed to go up to damn near 60. So I might not. I don't need the money. I don't need the money now. That's for sure. I might wait. But if you wait, you lose. So it's 20. It's 1,000 pesos for each $1,000 that you don't move from your dollar account. So just because your dollar account could come in and the peso rate is 50, and you leave it in the bank, and then when the peso rate goes up to 55, you're allowed to you transfer it. Then you get 5 more points. But if you bring it in at 50 and it goes down to 45, you lose 5 points. And if you need it, that's the whole concept, is to never have to need the money. Always have 100,000 pesos in your peso account, and then you don't have to worry about what the transfer is. But you can go to the bank and transfer $100 or $500. It doesn't matter. Hold on a minute. I gotta shut the window. It's raining pretty hard. Yeah, so the banks here make you wait 30 days for a transfer. Plus it costs $60 per transfer. So if you have a bank account and you transfer money from, let's say, Florida or New York, and you have to pay $59.50. A lot of money. So I try to only do it occasionally. I don't do it every week. But I don't ever I try not to let it run down low where I need pesos. This week, I went through a shitload of pesos this week, boy. I did 10,000. What did I do? Went through a bunch of pesos this week. And my electric, I didn't pay my electric bill since November. And I went in there the other day. I brought the girl 150 pieces of candy. And all I do is I walk by you people. I walk by the electric company and I go, "Hey, how you doing?" You come back. So I went to Globe, which is right down the hall, and that place was packed. It was an hour wait. By the time I got back to I didn't wait. By the time I got back to the electric company, senior citizens have a line at Bajico in the mall. So you can walk straight up. There was no line on the senior citizen line. She had my bill. It was 8,000. Where was that bill? I got it. It was really cheap this month. I couldn't believe how cheap it was. Where is it? Anyway, I think it was 8,000 pesos. Yeah. It was 8,000 for the electric for 2 months. That's really cheap. Usually my electric is 9,000 for 2 months. Then I did 9,000 downstairs in the supermarket. That was 18. Then my rent, 35. And then Globe yesterday was 40. My taxes are not that much. 40,000. Oh, yeah. I had to buy something else. I forgot. I had to buy something else. So maybe I spent 60,000 pesos this month. Costs a lot of money to live here. You people that are going to come here and you think you're going to live here, I hear people, Fazio going to be broke. By 2016, he'll be out of the Philippines. That's funny. So, anyway, you people that go online and tell the women that you're going to come here, let's just get this, clarify something. If you want to come here, I do believe that the airline tickets now have gone up considerable. I don't know how much they are. I don't look because I don't have to go anywhere. But I think they're up about $3,000 from New York to the Philippines round trip. Okay, so that's $3,000. That the fella that was going to meet Daisy, $3,000. Now, you got to stay a month, right? So even if you're paying $30 a day, that's another 1,000 for the hotel. You got to buy food and some stuff for the family. That's another 1,000. It's 4,000 for the hotel, 5,000 with food. You need $5,000 to come here. And then for what reason are you coming here? Just to meet Daisy? Is that all? You're going to come all the way from, and you got to go back? That's a lot of money for a date, dudes. Whoever you'll probably, one of them I know is watching. That's a lot of money for a date, $5,000. So, but maybe 2 people have promised that they were going to come last year to meet her. No one showed up. She talks to me about that. What do I think about this person? I said, Daisy, it's up to you. It's up to you. You're the one that's going to be dating him, not me. I'm not sleeping with the guy. I'm not dating anybody. I'm not, if I wanted to date a woman for just only, just for companionship, I would never bring her home. I would never bring any of these girls home to my home here, to my domicile, to my shack. They could never see the shack. First of all, they wouldn't like it. For the most part, they probably wouldn't like it, and I don't care. I would not want to. I have a very low trust level. Low trust level. I don't trust people. You have no idea what these people can do to you. A girl, you get into an argument with them, they could say, oh, he hit me, and you go to jail. I'm not doing that. I would never argue with them. You see by my videos with Daisy and her family and stuff, I'm pretty mellow when it comes to being around other people, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I've done that before. Every time when I lived at the Stanley House, if I did bring a woman back here, I'd get a room at the Stanley House. If I was going to bring a woman back here. But I wouldn't. Unless I wanted to. But if I wanted to, I would. But I would not bring them here. They wouldn't like it in my house anyway. It's not much of a house, to be honest with you. It's a shack. It's a bunkhouse. Okay? So, what? I would rather bring them to the Stanley House and dazzle them with brilliance than bring them into the shack. They wouldn't like the shack anyway. No one likes the shack. So, moving on. Let's go to the next topic. We'll go back. Yeah. Aloe says, Michael, I tried to be nice to Brevis. I saw that. You want to meet him in Manila? Do I know why he ignores your invitation? I would imagine he doesn't think you're serious because no one's ever met you. I would imagine he doesn't think you're serious. That would be my best guess. Wouldn't be a good guess, but it would be my best guess. I don't know. You'd have to ask him. He has some. To be honest with you, I believe you're serious. You don't say stuff that you're not serious about. But he makes up stories. He makes up stories about people. Like, do I believe that my brother from another mother had an electrical problem where he had to unplug the refrigerator to put the aircon on? I don't believe that. Do I believe my brother from another mother oogled his girlfriend? No, I don't believe that either. Not because of anything the way she looks. She's a normal-looking woman. But I don't believe he would stare at somebody else's woman. That's just not, that takes a lot of very, not thinking. Let's put it like that. I wouldn't think that. Do I believe that he says stuff that's not true? He says stuff that's not true. He's not a very genuine person. So maybe he thinks that you're not being genuine. I wouldn't know why he does that. If I was If you said to me, I'll meet up with you in Manila, I'd go to Manila. Right now. I'd just go take a bath and shave and go to Manila. But we already have those arrangements made, so it doesn't matter. But he wants to meet up with people. I don't know. Maybe he's afraid of you. The jester. He's afraid of the jester. Maybe that's possible. He's a strange dude. He's a strange dude. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he's definitely a strange dude. You know, he doesn't tell the truth about when he meets with people what is said, because he said all we did was talk about other YouTubers when we met. And that's not true. We talked about him moving to Bohol. We talked about him living in the Philippines. We talked about what it's like living here. But not, I don't remember talking about other YouTubers. But he said that's all we talked about. So you have to take what he says with a grain of salt. No, I know you didn't stare at his girlfriend. No, you know, look, Brevis's girlfriend. I could describe Brevis's girlfriend. She's thin, well kept. I talked to her for about 15 seconds, and then when we went out to the bar, she went and talked to the Filipinos, and Brevis and I spoke. She was very polite. She's not. She was not condescending in any ways. I mean, she was a Filipina. They're very shy people. We didn't talk. So would I stare at her? I don't stare at women at all. Not one bit. In fact, I never stared at women. I don't care what they look like. If I could line them all up, all the women that I knew and dated and spent a lot of time with, they're women. They have their ways and we have our ways. I would never stare at a woman. Now, I don't know. She was not in front of me long enough to stare at her to begin with, and she wasn't somebody I don't stare at other people's girlfriends. So, you know, I don't believe that's true. That my brother from another mother stare. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it because there's nothing to really stare at. She's a regular, simple, thin Filipino. That's all. She's definitely not fat. I would imagine her body is just a normal size. But it's not a stareable. She had on conservative clothing. Her hair was, her hair was a little bit longer, halfway down her arm maybe, if I remember correctly, but not somebody I would stare at. I don't see a reason to do that. Moving on. Oh yeah, I know that. I know that. Ow. The infamous bloggers. He does. He likes to visit people. Yeah, I don't understand that at all. I would never. There is nobody in the Philippines that I would nobody in the Philippines that has a girlfriend. Of all the girlfriends in the Philippines vlogging community, there's nobody that I would stare at their woman. There was no woman pretty enough. Look at that rain. been raining like that every day in the afternoon for months, since the week before Christmas, every day. And at night it rains like that sometimes all night. Let me take a look at the comments. You and me and Barry and the fairy. See, now there's somebody that I don't understand at all, the fairy. I don't understand anything about him. To me, Jerry is a scuba diver. That's the only thing I know about him. I don't know anything about his background. He started out not knowing anything about scuba diving, and now he's almost an expert. I think that's great. But I don't know anything about his background. Now, other people talk bad about him, but I don't know about that. When he came on my channel a few times, he was nice. And then if you believe everything that you hear on YouTube, Jerry. Nice, very therapeutic and relaxing. Yes. Yeah, so Jerry, a lot of people don't like him, but for me, he doesn't bother. I don't know anything bad about him. I don't want to know anything bad about him either. He's a scuba diver. I don't know what he did in the past. I don't care. You know, he runs a different kind of YouTube channel. He came on my channel. He was very respectful, and we had a few laughs, and that was it. And he left. I have not seen him again. But there's a lot of, sometimes there's people out there that say he did bad stuff. Okay, but he didn't do anything bad to me, and I didn't see it. It was before my time, and it was years ago. Well, maybe he changed, maybe he didn't, but I don't see anything bad now. He did an interview with Brevis, but that was just for views. I don't believe anything that Brevis said, not in the interview before or after. He's not capable. I think he makes up stories so he could get views, okay? And the amount of views that he got for coming to my house and recording a conversation up on my window, he got 26 subscribers. You need a hell of a lot more subscribers to do grandstanding. You got to get a hell of a lot more than 26 subscribers to do that kind of stuff that you did. But he did it. You know, I can't do anything about it. And like he said in the comment section, no face, no case, right? Well, you know, that's the kind of guy he is. That's the kind of guy he is. He's, what he's going to do next, I don't know. But I think he should go meet Al. Al invited him. Maybe Al will even subsidize his fare. But he won't go meet Al. Why, I don't know. Nice, therapeutic, and relaxing. Will be across to Manila February 12th, says Leo from Frio. He's quite a troll, says Philippines. Not to be trusted. Well, he certainly lied about you. Freebird, I was put on notice today by YouTube to stop my cyberbullying, or they would stop me from commenting on YouTube. Freebird. Where's the pot? Pot. Where is the pot? What happened to the pot? Oh, we gotta bang the pot. Hold on. Freebird gets the pot. The free pot. The free pot banging for Freebird. I didn't know that you were cyberbullying people, which would mean that somebody is reporting you. See, that's another thing I don't do. I don't take the time to report anybody for anything. Freebird. Freebird is here today. He's here to stay. Freebird, he's here to stay. He's here today and to stay. He's gonna stop cyberbullying people. He's gonna stop cyberbullying people. Or YouTube is gonna shut his channel down, and then he's gonna have to come back with a new channel. It's just Freebird #2. Freebird #2. I could see that happening to me or you. Freebird, he's here today. Freebird is here to stay. I've never seen you cyberbullying. Okay, so Freebird, YouTube put me on notice to stop cyberbullying, or they would stop me from commenting on YouTube. Says Freebird. Freebird is laughing at the banging of the pot. Philippines. Brevis has made numerous implied threats to you, Philippines, because me and Gilda rejected his questionable friendship. Yeah, I wouldn't put much effort into that. Well, there was a theory, and it's just a theory, but they said that about me too. They said I was running away from a criminal history in America. But I never got caught. I mean, I never did anything wrong. I never did anything I would get in trouble for in New York or Florida. And I don't owe any taxes. I don't owe the building department any money. I did. But the mortgage company usurped that into a zero balance. But I don't know what that Brevis is about. I don't care, really, that much either. Because he's just destroying my show now, so I'm going to stop talking about him. Wow, I stopped his depression from that notice, yeah. I'm sure you were all shook up. Okay, that's news to me. Let's see. Philippines says, I deserve a bang potting for over 1,000 subs earned, of course. A bang potting or a pot banging? Philippines, he got 1,000, he got 1,000 subs. Philippines, he got 1,000, he got 1,000 subs. Hey, I don't think YouTube cares how you get your subs anymore. YouTube does not care about 1,000. So when are you going to apply for Super Chat? Number one blogger and growing. Aloe de Winter, he is breaking bull boys. He's breaking the boys. Aloe, he's breaking boys. Aloe keeps track of this stuff. I don't. Okay, so let's see. Did you notice, says Aloe, you jumped from 584 to 1,000 plus subs in 24 hours. Whoa. YouTube is promoting his channel. YouTube, they love the Philippines channel. They gave him 500 subs in 24 hours. That's because they like. Maybe you Philippines blogger has shown YouTube the way. Maybe he's shown them the way. What was that music? The music upload, I think, was the last one I saw. That was a great upload with the music. No no words. Just come on, play some great music, and then get off, and you got 500 subs for that. Congratulations, Mr. Philippines. YouTube has given you what you deserve. You deserve 2,000 subs. Now that you got the first 1,000. Philippines, oh Philippines, oh Philippines, oh Philippines. Yeah, baby, 1,000 subscribers. Very nice. Congratulations. Now, Freebird says, I helped this depression from the... I don't think you get depressed. Times 2. Thank you, Michael. Flying Circus is chiming in. Flying Circus wants to know how you earned those subs. I don't think it matters anymore. I don't think YouTube even cares. Pot banging. Oh, Freebird, you can't do that. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, 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 no. You lucky Greta Thunberg didn't come and shut your channel down. They want everybody to be effeminate. They want everybody... Look at what they did to Jordan Peterson. And that other, the Jewish fella. I forgot his name. Real smart guy. You're not allowed to talk about... See, this is the problem with the government, though. The government is funding Ukraine. And in Ukraine, I don't know, soldiers are fighting other soldiers and people are probably dying. I don't know. I don't follow that. I don't watch. If it's political, I don't watch it. If it's politics with Ted Cruz or that other piece of garbage, Trey Gowdy or Judge Jeannie Peru, I don't watch any of that stuff. Nothing. Not 1 second of it. I don't watch anything if it's basketball. I don't watch anything if it's soccer. I don't watch anything political because I don't watch Tucker Carlson anymore. I don't watch any of that stuff because all they do is get on and pontificate about what should happen, what we think is going to happen, and nothing ever happens. They don't go to jail. They're never going to jail, and they're never going to go to jail. So what's the point of watching? I don't watch anything politics at all. Nothing. I won't even watch it. I'll watch Jordan Peterson talk about politics, how unfair it is. Shapiro, Ed Shapiro, Ben Shapiro. They're destroying. They're trying to destroy Ben Shapiro for having conservative viewpoints, Freebird, and also Jordan Peterson. You're not allowed to do that anymore. It's over. They want everybody to be effeminate and accept everybody else. They want that to happen. They're going to make it happen, too. It won't happen in our lifetime, but 100 years from now, nobody will be offended by anybody else at all. If you want to be... Look at that guy, Alfred Hitchcock. He made a movie in 1949, two gay men called The Rope, R-O-P-E. It's a pretty interesting movie if you want to watch an old movie. But it's about two gay men. You know they're gay, but they don't say they're gay. That they committed a murder. And it's a good story, Alfred Hitchcock. It's an Alfred Hitchcock, The Rope, R-O-P-E. Rope, like as in rope. And now, they never said the men were gay back then, because 1949 or when the movie was made, you're not allowed. But now you could come right out and say that those men were gay that starred in the movie The Rope. Nobody would say anything. But back then, had they said it, the movie would have got shut down before it even opened up, one theater. So they're changing They're changing the goalposts, so to speak. Freebird. Aloe de Winter says, I wonder how you got over 1,000 subs overnight, Frank. Philippines and growing. Oh, he's going to go for another 1,000. Like I said, did you notice that you jumped from 548 to 1,000 plus subs in 24 hours? Oh, yeah? What are you trying to say, Aloe? What are you trying to say, buddy? You always have to start shit, Aloe. Aloe, he's starting shit on my channel. Aloe, he's starting shit on my channel. Aloe, he's starting stuff. He's getting rough in the comment section. Aloe, he's starting stuff. What are you trying to say, Aloe? What's the... Blushing. Arthur Avenue in the Bronx, of course. My insurance agent was on Arthur Avenue. A Jewish guy. I forgot his name. Oh man, and I would have remembered it if I didn't think about Arthur Avenue. He was my insurance agent for like 12 years. Phil Rick, Philrick. Phil Rick Insurance. I think it was 242nd Street, and I do believe it was Arthur Avenue. Is that near an L or under an L? Phil Rick Insurance. He, oh boy, that guy. You could have a 7-pile. I never had one, but I had. My insurance should have been, at the time, like $800 or $1,000. He put me down as a seasoned driver. I don't know. He would get me insurance for $185. I'd have a major accident, and he would make it disappear. He worked with the people at the motor vehicle. I think Arthur Avenue was up there. Yeah. I think it was 242nd Street or 225th Street. YouTube is rewarding Philippines. YouTube is rewarding Philippines. I've been trying to figure out how to sub to my own channel, Flying Circus. That's funny. Mike Dowdy is subscribed. The great Aloe de Winter is subscribed into the Philippines channel. YouTube said they're giving him another 1,000. YouTube is giving Philippines another 1,000. Wait till the stroke of midnight, and he will have 2,000 subs. Just wait. Wait and see. Flying Circus. Aloe is starting stuff. Oh man, that's pretty low. Oh, we got to get rid of that comment. Aloe. No. Aloe. Oh man, I can't remove the comment without removing my moderator. I can't put you in a timeout. Aloe, please stop. Glenn or Glenda, 1953, Edward. No idea what that means. tough questions. It's all good. YouTube gifted the Philippines with 500 subscribers. Well, we don't know that. We don't know we bought the subs. We don't know that. You can't prove that. It's not provable. There's no way to prove it. Thank you, Allo. Yeah, that's just them talking about somebody's wife or girlfriend like that. Just not fair. It doesn't matter. I mean, you know. Philippines. I had a girlfriend in Glen Oaks Village. I dated a woman in Glen Oaks. All 2 and 3 story condominiums and apartments. That's a nice area. Bathed daily. He bathes daily. Philippines, he bathes every day. I didn't bathe. I didn't bathe on Sunday. Monday I had caught, and I got up late for court. I got there in time, but I didn't have a chance to take a bath. That was 2 days. That was the first time that happened in a long time. We didn't have water for 15 days. 15 days. 15 days. But I have water now. Yep. So, yeah, we did not have even a drop of water come out of the hose bib. 15 days. That's not the longest. 21 days when I went to Vietnam. Daisy didn't have water for 21 days. She was pissed. Because she has to go. Before I left, she would gather the rainwater. And, I mean, that's something she wants to do. But, you know, she'd wake up early in the morning. She was a good girl, basically. And she'd go get the rainwater from the bucket, from the big bucket next door before everybody took it. But we didn't have water for 15 days up until Monday. That was Monday night. Glenn or Glenda, 1953, was an Ed Wood movie about a cross-dresser and a sex change. Flying Circus, if anybody would know about that weird stuff, boy, it's definitely you. Flying Circus, put the link to your channel up so in case anybody has a cough, that they know where to get those cough drops that are on your channel. Flying Circus has a guy on his channel. The guy, I don't know the guy's name, but he makes cough drops. Really, it's a true story. He makes cough drops from bodily fluids. Yep, no joke. He makes cough drops from bodily fluids. He puts those bodily fluids in what looks to be a shot glass, and then he adds, I don't, you know, it's really hard to look at that video. It's really hard. I watched it years ago, and he shows you the bodily fluids in the shot glass, and then he mixes baking soda into the bodily fluids, and then he puts it in a dye, like looks like a cup, and it, like he puts the fluids in the cup, fills up the dye. It looks like a teat, actually, and then he cooks it, bakes it. I don't know how long. Flying Circus would know the details. And when it bakes into the design of a teat, like a cow teat, and you could. Apparently, he says they're edible. I don't know, or you could. Jack Thompson uses them for cough drops. Jack just bought a dozen, and you gotta put the orders in. months in advance. But being that Jack knew Flying Circus got him to the top of the list. Jack ordered a dozen cough drops of those bodily fluid cough drops. Jack says his throat feels much better now. And so he makes these cough drops out of bodily fluids. One of the most bizarre videos on YouTube. But he also, you know what, poo, P-O-O, poo, not like Winnie the Pooh, part of life. He makes hamburgers. He uses hamburger helper. Yeah, he does that. That's true. I can't even. I gag a little bit. He gives you the gag, and then he shows you how he mixes it up with salt and pepper and onions. He fries it all up, and I'm serious. He shows you the whole process, and then he cooks it. He fries it, and he eats it. No joke, man. How Flying Circus ran across that channel, I don't know. But it's on Flying Circus's channel. That is one of the craziest videos I ever saw. I don't know about tagballarity. I think it's just our pump, Mike Dowdy. Because they have a 6-way valve system on the pump, where the pump is up by the airport, which is like 6 kilometers from here. Now, yesterday we had water pressure like you wouldn't believe. So there's 6 ways the water can go. It could go north. It could go south to us. It could go east in 2 directions and west in 2 directions. So it's 6-way valve system. Now, if they open up all the valves, no one gets water. So somebody's got to go. Like, we don't get water from 10 o'clock in the morning till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Then we get water from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, but then we don't get water again until 8 o'clock, if we're going to get water. Then we get water from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, but then the water stops until midnight. Then we get water from midnight till 5 o'clock in the morning, if there's water. But when the pump is broke, nobody gets water. I have no idea, tagballarity. I think they have a different system. Freebird, Flying Circus still waiting on the Pooh Burgers. There is a video with that guy making those. You guys watch these movies. I'm not much of a. I like science fiction, and I don't watch those old movies. The movie I watched with Alfred Hitchcock, The Rope, was only because for the last 2 days there has been nothing on YouTube worth watching. And I've watched my knowledge videos, flat earth and gravity videos and gyroscope videos, to where the point where I'm pretty much familiar that anybody could ask any question about any aspect of the flat earth or gravity and or the moon landing, and I can answer those questions easy. But so Alfred Hitchcock, I love Alfred Hitchcock, and it was called The Rope, and I was just doing some. I saw a rope, how to tie a rope to a tree, and make a hitch, and then you could pull out one end and unhitch the rope. It's called a trucker's hitch. But so I watched it, a little bit of it. But it's from 1940s. It doesn't interest me. I read the story plot about what was acceptable then and what would not be acceptable then, as opposed to now it would just be a standard movie. The level of acceptance, we'll call it. We won't call it anything else. The level of acceptance of that kind of crazy stuff is higher now. Yeah. I remember the rat sandwich. I remember that. I don't remember it, but I remember the concept of it. I don't think I watched that. Jack had a sore throat. Jack's in the house. Ask Jack. Jack had a sore throat. And this guy made the bodily fluid cough drops. Mixes it with baking soda, then puts it in a template and dries it out. Jack ordered a dozen. And now his throat, he uses them for throat lozenges. They don't melt so easy, according to Jack. He calls them all-day suckers. More power to him, right? So Jack Thompson is, and the name of those things are Spur, S-P-E-R, Spur Nips, N-I-P-P-S. So Jack is now on a strict regimen of Spur Nips cough drops. That's true. The necromancer, that means after someone passes away. So somebody made love to, now you guys kid around about this, but I'll tell you a New York story. Okay, so Leon, L-E-O-N, Leon Pavone, John Pavone, P-A-V-O-N-E. John Pavone owned, it's still on YouTube, it's still on the internet, Pavone's Funeral Home. It's on Quinton, Q-U-I-N-T-E-N, Quinton Avenue. I forgot what street it was, but right off Flatbush Avenue, 4 or 5 blocks off Flatbush Avenue, and Quinton. But, so John Pavone buys a supermarket, and we got it. We take the boxes, the refrigerator boxes out of it. This is a real necro story. A real one, not a fake one. So it's the big basement, same size as the supermarket, 1 floor, 12-foot ceilings. And we got me and my friend Tommy Melanson and John's son, John, who was not a good worker, but he worked on the project. Leon Pavone, he was the oldest brother, and John was the younger brother. So Leon and I and his wife and my girlfriend Fabienne, we all hung out together with my friend Ernie, of the 36 couples that stayed together as a group of people. So there was Tommy's 2 sons were on the job, myself, Leon, and John. And there was a couple other people that, laborers from Brooklyn. And Big John, we all took out the windows with the rubber grips, and we changed. He had the glass cut down for the new windows for Pavone Funeral Home, biggest funeral home in that part of Brooklyn, P-A-V-O-N-E. So, but Leon, there was another Pavone Funeral Home, I think it was on Avenue N and Schenectady Avenue. There was another one close to Avenue N and Schenectady. And we would hang out there at night when Leon would do the autopsies. I never liked watching that, but he would do that. And they would have 2 or 3 bodies on the table, and they would do an autopsy, because that's what was called for, an embalming. But there was a guy that would come in, and he would want to do the necrotizing thing if there was a woman, even if she was cold. And we would all leave and go into the showroom where they where the caskets were. It gave Leon like $100. So he paid him to do that. That was crazy. And that was back in the 70s, back in 76, 77, 78, like that. And that guy would have his way with a woman, if there was a good-looking woman. He only did good-looking women. He was very picky. I thought that was crazy, but we were all monkeyed up. We were laughing. We would go into the showroom. We spent all night there. It was where we hung out at night, in the showroom. And then when the guy was done, Leon and his brother John would go back to doing the embalming stuff. God, the shit that I saw when I lived in New York. All Day Suckers, that's Jack Thompson. All Day Suckers, Jack Thompson uses All Day Suckers to puckers. He puckers with All Day Suckers. Did I write that review? No, I don't have anything to do with that necrophilia stuff. That was Flung in Circus, yeah. Yeah, that was one of the I haven't thought about that in years. I blanked that stuff right out of my mind. You gotta, you don't have to. You have to picture. All right, so John and Leon, who I knew for years, from 76 on. But when we were building the funeral home, you got to remember the 80s was a crazy time. Could have been the late 70s, early 80s, but so Leon took over the funeral home on Schenectady and Schenectady Avenue. I forgot the name of the street. I'm pretty sure. Well, Leon took over the old funeral home, and then the new funeral home we built. So Big John didn't go to the old funeral home anymore. That was Leon's job. And so we could do whatever we wanted all night in the funeral home. Sometimes we'd sleep there. Yes, sleep there. And of course, it might have been snowing or raining, or we were too monkeyed up to drive home, so we just sleep in the showroom. Yeah, well, that's different. That bestiality stuff, that's just as bad. That's just as bad. Come on, man. That's sick stuff. That really is sick stuff. Aloe. Okay, Aloe. Have a nice day. I'll talk to you when I talk to you. Bye-bye, Aloe. So it's getting on late. Oh, we're into 4 hours already. I'm going to let you guys say goodbye to each other. I need a little drink of water. Oh, that's good. I'm still only drinking distilled water, too. If I drink anything but distilled water, I get a rash underneath my ears, my whole scalp above my ears, over my ears, under my ears, and on my groin. I get a rash, bleeding rash. Not just red. It actually, the skin turns red, and if you squeeze the skin like this, water will come out. If I drink even the bottled water, the filtered water, I have to drink distilled water. Since 2001, I've been drinking distilled water. And my leg, getting better every day. Bye-bye, Freebird. Thank you for stopping by. I think it's your bedtime anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna get ready to wrap it up. I want to cook. Actually, I don't even have to cook. I have 3 hard-boiled eggs and pork. I made last night. I made a pork stew. It was good too. All right. Well, thank you for stopping by, everybody. I'll let you guys talk for a while if you want, but I'm going to go over to the let my moderators don't let anything crazy go on there. I'm going to go put my pork stew on warm it up. I'll let you guys look. It stopped raining. To my friends that sent me super chat, and John Blaze, thank you. Bantayan Brawler, thank you. Bantayan Brawler, thank you. John Blaze, thank you. Thank you very much. Stop raining. I'm going to open up the window for you guys so you get a better view. I'm getting ready to open the window. I'm going up to the window. The window is going to be open momentarily. Hold on a second. There you go, the flat earth, baby. Tell me it doesn't look flat, and I'll tell you that you're not looking right. You're not thinking straight. There it is. How flat do you want it? What you're looking at is 4 miles of flat earth. If in 4 miles, it would have curved down at least 4 times 4, 16 times 9. It would have curved down 13 or 14 feet. There would be a curve in that much distance on the flat earth, but it doesn't exist. Because the earth is not globe, not a sphere. Just remember that. Guys, get ready to say goodbye because at 1 o'clock I was supposed to Skype somebody. Well, I mean, Facebook somebody at 1 o'clock. And I'm going to get right on that in a minute or two. So try to say goodbye. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the laughs, for sure. And I'll get with you guys the next time I get rambunctious. I have a video up now about how to make hollow block. It's on my page. It's a pretty cool video. It's only 7 minutes. And it'd be great if you guys went there and gave it a thumbs up. It's how they make hollow block in the Philippines. And being that everything in the Philippines, most everything is made with those 4-inch hollow blocks. It's an interesting concept to see how they're made. So, and now it's time to say goodbye. I'm being Kermie. Which means take care always. So let's see. I want to see if my friend is online. Hold on. Yep. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm getting ready to say goodbye because I want to say hello to Daisy. Now it's lunchtime where she is. Okay, so, all right, so that's it for today, folks. Let's see, any more messages? Okay, I don't see anything. Philippines, Frank, I don't see anything in my mail. All right, so I'm going to say goodbye. Like, I'm hungry. I hungry. I'm Big Permy from Michael Fazio and Daisy May in the Philippines, baby. Thanks, everybody. I had a good day. And there's no other better way to spend the rainy day than to have laughter on YouTube. Laughing and laughing and laughing. Of course, take care always. From the Philippines, baby. That's right. I mean, one more thing. One more thing. I don't see it. Oh, wait. I'm in message. Hold on. Nope. I don't see it. I see Facebook birthdays. Nope. I don't see a message. I'll go to spam. Family. Oh, yeah. It went into the spam box. Look. Why would it go into the spam box? Maybe that's where your other message went. Somewhere in my 1,000 spams. See the spam over here? Okay, I'll unspam it. Yeah, maybe that's where your other message went. Okay, not spam. All right, I'll respond to that later. I'm going to eat first. That probably will be about an hour from now, unless I get back in touch with Daisy. Don't expect it to happen in the next 15 or 20 minutes. I have my soup is warming up, and I think I'm going to have some fresh eggs with that. So I'm not going to respond to that right away. Okay, check that. Let's try one more time. Spam. Went straight into the spam box. Let's try Daisy again. Active now. Daisy, she's a funny girl. Well, I know what she's. It's 1 o'clock. It's actually lunch. They take their lunch serious. Where she is, what she's. They take their lunch serious. You know how serious they take their lunch? Yesterday, this is quiet. Yesterday, I got up at 5 o'clock. I had to do something at 8 in the city. It was raining raining balls out there. It was raining really hard. I didn't get there till 9. To my first stop. I had stuff to do before I got to the city. I had stuff to do, big stuff, important stuff. So then I did the hollow block video. That took a half an hour, 45 minutes. But I go to the city, I did more shopping, and then I go to have, I'm hungry. I have not had any carbohydrates, any bread, in probably 2 months. So there's a place called Angel Burgers. Everybody knows Angel Burgers. 2 for $1. I like them. I think they're okay for 2 for $1. It fills up your stomach for $1, and they're not bad at all. You know, they don't give me agita, they don't give me heartburn, anything like that. So I go to Angel Burgers because that's where the jeepney drops you off on the way to the tax office. Jeepney goes right, tax office is left. There's a sign on the door, the window of Angel Burgers, out to lunch. Be back in 15 minutes. So the guy from Angel Burgers, he doesn't eat them. He went out to buy lunch. I don't know where he bought lunch. I didn't even look. So when he came back at 12 o'clock, I told him, I'm not in a hurry. You eat your lunch first. So he did. So now, it takes 2 minutes to eat them. I go to the accountant, and they're on lunch. They take their lunch seriously here. For 1 hour, they don't do anything. And that's just how it is here in the Philippines. So anyway, that's it for now. Bye-bye for now. Bye-bye for now. I'm being permy, which means, of course, take care always. From the Philippines, baby. Bye-bye.